Please rise. Norm, would you like to lead us in prayer, please?
Sure. Father, we welcome everyone today. We just hope that you have your hand on our meeting and guide our decisions that we make for the county and for the folks of Owen County and the taxpayers of Owen County. We know that you will watch over us and take care of us and hopefully help us with some of the decisions in our own horizon. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Before we get started, I'm not going to stay in order. I never do, so it shouldn't be news to you by now. I want to introduce a new commissioner. Glad to have him on board. I think he'd be a good asset, not only to us, but to the public. Been around a long time. I don't know, he's coached a lot of kids and all kinds of sporting events. IT guy, he's been in IT for the school, that's what he does for the school, and he's on the BZA and
Well, not now, but
well, he was, and
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Norm Warner.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Today. How many of you is here for the UDO? Raise your hand. Nobody? Two? Anybody else here for the UDO? The UDO's been canceled for today. It's not going to be on our agenda because it has to go back to the Planning Commission for another meeting. Then once they have their meeting, is that correct, Norm?
Yeah, so, and it was my fault. I'll take credit for it, blame, whatever. We needed to have a public hearing in order to move it back to the commissioners, even with the unfavorable. So it'll go back to the Planning Commission. I'm not on the Planning Commission anymore, so I'm assuming they'll handle it as they need to and then send it back at some point with whatever decision they make, and then we'll see it and we'll move on from there. Right, Heather? That's yes. My understanding. So we don't have that meeting time scheduled yet, so we have to publish it and meet our publishing guidelines for the 10 days and just like we would a normal public hearing. And then we'll hold that public hearing, and then at that point, it will, I assume it will come back and we'll do with it whatever, whatever that recommendation is, we'll take it under advisement and make our decision.
So with that being said, when it comes to us, and I don't know when that's going to be, the commissioners are going to address some issues that have come up to the UDO that's been directed solely at the commissioners. We'll do this in a public meeting, but we won't do it today because it's not on the table, but it is coming. This Board of Commissioners, we had nothing to do with this UDO draft. So when it comes back to our table, when it does, whatever time being that's when this Board of Commissioners will correct what's been thrown at us as our responsibility. So we'll deal with that when time comes. Okay, approval of minutes and claims and all that good stuff. Good place for them. Norm, I know you wasn't here for a lot of them, and that's okay, brother.
Yep,
Appreciate that. But,
abstain from the meeting minutes because I was in attendance, but I wasn't official.
Absolutely. I make a motion that we approve the minutes from the May 15th meeting at 6 p.m. I've read the minutes. I approve of the minutes.
I've read the minutes also, and I'll second that.
And I'll abstain.
All in favor, 2-0, 1 abstention. Regular claims, $287,910.17. I went through the claims myself. You know, we've had some expenses in there. I want to thank K&R Construction, Ralph Schwartz, Jim Jones, for getting, Ralph came up, we had a leak out front. Ralph came up that morning and helped get things coordinated and give me some information. Mr. Jones was able to come in that night and get it repaired. We had a 2-inch water line that was leaking. We was losing 6.5 gallon water a minute. That's a lot of water. Thank God we had no water get into the courthouse. It was all outside going to wherever it went. We had a $3,000 sewer bill. The sewer company was, or water, how do you? Sewer. They was gracious enough to dispose of that $3,000 water bill, so I want to thank them for helping us out there. And thanks for Mr. Jones for getting in and getting that fixed quickly, so we didn't have to. I thought we was going to have to close courthouse on Tuesday, then Monday night email went out that was going to be open. I got a couple phone calls. I just want to know how come we just didn't leave the water leak till Friday and fix it Friday so we could have a 4-day weekend. It was a thought. So anyway, make a motion to approve the regular claims of $287,910.17.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
3-0. Out of cycle claims, $27,127.56. Our utilities, $12,595.29 and $9,176.59. Jury trials, $4,128.01. Toshiba, $1,227.67. I make a motion that we approve the out-of-cycle claims, $27,127.56.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's it for the claims, payroll, and all that good stuff.
Can I ask a question on a couple of accounts?
Ask anything you'd like, sir.
Sheila, on 1135, is there any chance there'll be FEMA money at some point that will help replenish that bridge account?
Bridge fund?
Yes.
No, as far as FEMA, unless there's emergency that are declared and then you go through the highway. Your normal, which I have updated reports for you, they just got some of the settlement monies that just came in, they were deposited yesterday, they're up to $300 and some $1,000 that's in there. However, due to the claims that have been tabled for a while, $228,000 of that goes to COR. There's a new bridge claim that came in for the bridge that it was the actual bridge inspection for almost $24,000. So basically that is done. There's no money going to be left in that fund until settlement comes in December.
Well, I was just kind of scary to see that low at this point in the year.
Very scary.
The other question I had was on 1215, which is election. Did that Diego money have anything to do with that?
No.
Okay.
This was the fund. There's an additional appropriation. It's been pending with the council. They didn't have their main meeting, so it'll be on their June agenda or next Monday night's agenda for that additional appropriation, and that fund will get out of the red.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. I just had a question on those two.
Absolutely. Good question, Owen. Thank you. Lyle Financial Monthly Fund Report, Sheila.
That's what I just passed down
Yes.
to you. The original one that I sent out to you last week in your packet showed that we only had $4 million and something in the general fund. It's up to over $6 million in the general fund. One of those funds that got hit, and then it was supplemental lit fund that came in also. Sheriff's Department got a total of $717,000. Dispatch, we have two different funds that they're getting monies in, and economic development and supplemental lit, and all of those are in your new balances.
Awesome. Glad to see some other money Sean, Sheriff, and them can use every dime they can get. We got a big project coming their way.
Getting back to the highway, again, we're slowly getting in, and things moving forward. There are some projects, again, the community crossing grant, which Greg will talk about later. Again, just a little at a time, that's all we can do, and it's ever changing every 2 weeks, depending on what claims and payroll are, and what might come in, or emergencies like today, because there's several roads that are standing in water again. So there's always going to be those added extra hours that might be needed just to address things right now. Of course, today we're in daytime hours, so it shouldn't be overtime, but I'll keep you updated every 2 weeks as much as I can.
Well, and for the public, you know, so they understand, you know, we're in a financial situation with county highway due to a lot of unfortunate circumstances that relate to people governing the finances. It's kind of been a domino effect for the last couple of years. It created a great shortfall for money. We're paying bills out of the 2025 budget for 2024. State Board of Accounts, when they get here, they will be doing an in-depth report for us on that. Some of the 2024 money was spent for 2023 stuff. It's just been a domino effect, and it's kind of caught up with us now. It's unfortunate. For the county highway, we've had to, Greg has lay off several people. Folks, we simply can't afford it. You don't have money, you don't have money. And we don't have money. Not at this time. I think on a positive note, though, by the end of the year, we should have decent cash balances. We're hoping that we don't have any major emergencies, Greg, Chad, and for everybody, so they have plenty to do. They got a lot of road work to do. Just because the money is shortfall doesn't mean we don't have work to do. We have a lot of work to do, Greg, and you and Chad know that. There is some new things coming up, and I'm sure Greg will touch on this too for the people out there in the public. We've made it known up here, and we're going to stand by this. We're not paving no roads until we do the ditching, the culverts, and getting the trees cut. That's it. We're not paving nothing. Now, we have the CCMG roads that have to be done, but they don't have to be done till like November, December of next year. Greg and Chad is working on that. They know they got ditching to do, and culverts to put in. Those are the only roads that will be paved, because if you go out on the county roads and take a look, you'll see millions of tons of gravel washed over the hills or down in the hollers. We're not buying any stone. That's been put on hold because Greg is using graders, is that what you call them? Mm-hmm. To help clean up the side of the roads, bring some of the stone back to the roads, use what we can, load it up, take it to roads that need stone. We simply can't afford to keep putting stone on the roads and wasting taxpayers' dollars. We have a program that's being put in place, ditching, culverts, stuff like crowning the roads. It's going to make the roads better. We just simply can't afford to waste thousands of dollars and drive and put stone on roads, and when it just washes off. So we're working on that.
And I get calls all the time about the roads, folks, all the time, and I go out and meet with people. Now, here's one thing I'm gonna tell you, and you might get upset with me, but it really doesn't matter what road I go to. They're all the same. There's no ditching. And people are complaining this road's flooding. And could I go out and order a bunch of rock and put it down there for you? Sure could. But here's the thing, in 3 months, it's not gonna be there. So that's a waste of all your money. So until these roads get fixed properly, you're gonna be riding on the same road you're on until we get it fixed properly. Okay? Because I'm not wasting your money. That's been going on too long.
We don't have the money to waste, we just don't have it. And we're trying to spend wisely, and we got the community crossing grant, roads that have to be done, but they gotta be prepared right, and they're gonna be done right. Greg and Chad know that, and they're not gonna skip around it because, you know, if we can do it right the first time, we don't have to go electric calf over again. Good saying, right, Doug? I've heard that before, so we're gonna try to do it right.
And I do want to give a little thanks to the highway department. These guys have been nonstop. They're shorthanded. They're moving a little slower, but we're shorthanded. But they are working hard. A lot of people don't see it. A lot of people complain, but I'm telling you, I know where they're at every day. I know what they're doing every day, and they're working hard. So a shout out to the highway department. Thank you, guys.
No business, human resource position pending. Sheila, do you wanna touch base on what Mr. Anton and Pauline talked about this morning? You're better at wording than I am.
Again, the human resources position has been on the agenda for a few, it's moving forward. I do think it has been agreed that it's gonna be a contract, not a position itself.
That's correct.
We are gonna reach out to the company again, the attorney had talked with them earlier in the year. We're gonna have Tony reach back out to them again to make sure it's the Wagner, Irwin, and Shield, and try to get it to where we can get somebody in, settle on the dollar amount. It's a contract. I think the 50,000 has already been agreed to by the council. Will be readdressed Monday night, but in moving forward, I think if we can get a hold of them and get it set up, that maybe by the June 19th meeting, we might be able to move forward. The council, if they vote on it and agree, it will have to be advertised for appropriation, but there are funds to go ahead and get it started until the appropriation process gets done.
So it is coming. I know it's been a slow process, but, we had a meeting with Paula and Anton this morning over some other thing, but, we get a human resources person in place, contract, they can deal with some of the shenanigans that's went on. Because if we'd had one in place some time ago, we wouldn't be dealing with some of the stuff we're dealing with today. And I'll be honest with you, I'm over it. I am.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to do like a bank of hours and then they will just extract from that until they run out of time? Is that kind of the plan if we're subcontracting it?
Well, what we had discussed this morning, kind of a twofold, because the personnel policy, of course, needs updated, and they would be in charge of that. That would be one aspect of it.
Okay.
The second aspect would be your ongoing year after year amount. We don't think that it's going to take the full 50,000. Anton mentioned that Bartholomew County used this firm, and they're not anywhere near the 50,000. So, but that's all kind of to be seen. But that's kind of our thought process right now.
The first couple of years is gonna be pretty tough because anybody sitting here, our personnel policy sucks. That's it. It just doesn't work. It hasn't worked for years. You know, it's this in the front of the book, it's this in the back of the book. There's also, we need somebody to take that personnel policy and condense it down to basic knowledge where we can understand it and where it's firm. Matt Miller's flat words to me when I was sheriff. Firm, fair, and consistent. I think that's the words you use, Matt. Firm, fair, and consistent. Our policy handbook is nothing like that. So it doesn't work. People get confused about what they should be doing, shouldn't be doing, what they get paid, what they don't get paid. And it's been going on for I don't know how many years. We've been through a couple attorneys, 3 attorneys, you know, trying to work on this, but with our attorney we have here, wonderful man. He'll get with WIS and we get this in place and get somebody hired, under contract ASAP, so they can start working on this personnel policy. It just doesn't work anymore, so.
Now, Paula, is that gonna be basically a flat contract, we pay X amount? Or is it by how many people call in? Is it a charge on, like, if she has an issue, he?
That I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know the specifics yet. I think Tony had reached out to them in January. I don't know that it even got to that point, or, so, that's something that we need to kind of sit down with them and discuss on how that would be.
Okay.
I think it's probably going, I don't know, it's just my opinion, I think it's gonna probably change. The first couple of years is gonna be maybe pretty steep, then once they get the personnel policy put together and organize a few other things, and with the insurance and stuff like that, then we may be able to get to reduce that. That's,
That's the thought process as
So-
well.
I'm sorry?
no, that's right, sir.
So who's gonna oversee that, so that we don't overrun the budget that you set for it? Who, is that the commissioners, is that you guys?
I would, and Tony helped me with this, I mean, would that be in the contract, like it would be a set amount, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, yes, it'll be in the contract what the not to exceed amount is. And firm, which is gonna have some responsibility of making sure they kind of monitor that and, give you a heads up if they start getting close to the not to exceed amount.
So not an open-ended-
That position is under the commissioners. HR is a commissioner.
It is a-
It is, and, I don't particularly, it's under our authority, but I think the commissioners and council both working together on this. It's like the funding for the highway people. Everybody's eyes need to be on it, and it wasn't on it in the past few years, and it's the reason where we're at today.
Well,
So
I agree.
With this here, I think the commissioners council work together with the auditor and stuff like that, and as the expenses are, you start out with that and you start dwindling down.
Right.
We need either.
Well, I didn't want necessarily it to be an open-ended thing,
No,
doesn't sound like it is, and
absolutely not.
I agree that both groups should be oversight, so we can make sure that doesn't happen to us.
Yeah, we don't want it to get out of control, because it could pretty easy. Any other questions on the human resources?
Go on, Pat.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Pat.
Hey,
Good to see
I
you.
just wanted to offer that, Jim Vogel, the consultant,
Yes,
he had offered at the time of that meeting that you're welcome to call him,
yes,
as this moves forward, to give some direction.
absolutely, and I appreciate that, because he did a good presentation. I wasn't here, but.
Those are the gentlemen we met with in here, correct? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And we'll get his number and give it to the attorney as well, so he can have his information too, Pat, if you will.
I'll send it to you.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Anybody from the public on the human resources? Jail project update, who wants to go first? Big man with the grit back there? I broke my hand this morning, I'm telling you.
No, I don't know anything more other than we're still waiting on the land swap to occur. I don't know what the holdup is. I think all the tests have been completed and all the requirements were met. I don't know what the holdup is. I can tell you today, with all the rain, that my jail probably has towels stuffed under the door to keep my hallways from flooding. But
We got more rain coming.
We're out on the new part.
Paula?
I'm pulling my hair out with this one. I've been in contact with Craig Kaufman, and I don't know what the holdup is either. I do know that he had originally wanted to have a meeting this afternoon, but did not get whatever questions he has. He didn't, I don't know if he didn't, I don't know, I really don't know, but he has assured me that we are going to set a meeting. And I don't think he also got the notice to Sheila in time to have it today, and so I'm still, I'm pushing for it. I'm pushing that we get that meeting, because we need to move forward with this. And I'm not throwing Craig under the bus, promise.
No.
He's got to be the one that sets the meeting date.
Well, we're gonna set that today, because I spoke to Greg Galton, I spoke to Brett Franklin, I spoke to John Reeves, and I'm waiting on a call back from Elabotus. Folks, you gotta set a meeting, and we need to set one today. I agree wholeheartedly with the sheriff. I spoke to Brett Franklin 2 days ago. Nobody's talked to him except me.
And that's another thing I've been pushing for, that somebody needs to reach out to him.
Well, and I'm not throwing nobody from redevelopment. I'm not doing that either. But the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, because nobody's talking to the right hand. The right hand can't talk to the left hand. But so today, Sheriff, I believe the environmental study's done, the paperwork's been redone. We're ready to go there. Brett Franklin did have a question, and I called John Reeves and got that answer. Brett Franklin did an environmental study probably down on 43. Of course, that's been closed for a long, long time. He was wanting to know if there's anything else the county had to do that was our responsibility. Was there an annual fee or anything that we had to pay per year for that down there? And there's not. It's closed, it's done, it's on him. He wants it, the baby's on him, So he got his inspection back. I want a copy of his environmental inspection. John Reese says there's nothing else for us to do. The only question I had for Elabotus is on, I know they did core drilling samples to test it. I just have one question for them. I already think I know what the answer is going to be, is just to make sure without a shadow of doubt that that is a stable ground for you to build your jail on, sir.
So the report that I got regarding the core was, it was solid ground underneath the gravel. It was good compact soil. There was no issues with the soil whatsoever. That it was good ground to build on.
Yeah, and that's, I can't remember the guy's name from Melboss I spoke to here a couple weeks ago, but
Chris or Greg?
Chris, I believe it was. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're moving forward. Here's the problem. And once again, not throwing anybody under the bus. Nobody's called. We got to get everybody together at the same table. And this is going to be done next week. I don't care what it takes. It don't have to last 15 or 20 minutes. But if there's any underlying questions about anything, they need to be asked right then. And if there's nothing, let's do the land swap. Let's move. We should be working out there late this summer. We should, I don't know, I just want to see a piece of equipment out there. I don't care what it is, backhoe, dump truck, something out there. Drilling rig or whatever. So, the sheriff, Paul, you're on the commission, so am I. If I was you, I would step out and call Craig Kaufman right now if you had time.
Okay, I can do that.
If you can do that. And we need a meeting next week. I don't care what date.
It's gotta be
We can't have it
advertised.
before next
That's the
Friday,
problem.
because I
Oh,
have to have it
how many
in the
days?
paper 48 hours, but I can't get it in the paper until next Wednesday.
Praise
So
God.
Friday is the soonest that you can do it.
So this,
And I will not be here next Friday, or he's gonna take my phone and fire me.
Yeah, you're on vacation. Well, you don't have to be.
You are done.
I do.
Okay, well, how, man,
Sheila, can we get the address where you're gonna be?
could we, and I know I don't want to put it out any farther, but if we can't do it on Friday, Sheriff, can you do on the 16th, a Monday morning? Can you do 16th on a Monday morning?
and I will make it happen.
Chief, 16th, something.
I'll make whatever work.
Just one of you to be here on 16th Monday morning at 9 a.m. Is that good? Let's do the 16th at 9 a.m.
Okay, I will,
Just go call and tell them that we're meeting. Sheriff, would you reach out to Chris Elbaus, tell him, either him or Greg or somebody be a representative, be here Monday,
What time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Will that be a public meeting?
Yes. Yes. We gotta get moving on. I've been in the sheriff's shoes and it's only getting worse down at the jail, and we're spending.
I have more things that are breaking that I'm trying not to spend money on that will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't wanna fix it if we're gonna tear the building down.
I agree. Yes, Greg.
Highway department mows that old landfill once a year, and I've been holding off, but, I
Yeah,
guess since we're going out, do we need to go ahead and mow it the one time?
yeah, go ahead and mow it down.
Okay.
Yeah. It won't hurt a thing. So Monday, next Monday, Sheriff, 9 a.m., Chief, be here. Anybody out there got any questions about the jail, land swap or anything? This is long overdue. I know, I've heard that we should be looking at land over here and land over there. I don't know, I'm just gonna say it. We're tired of looking. We can't look no more. We're running out of looking. We gotta get a jail started and get one built, because the guy's gonna be in serious, well, he's already in serious trouble, so I don't envy what he's going through. So once we have that meeting, then, it'll be a public meeting. If there's nothing contested or anything like that, we don't need to look into, Sheriff, make a motion on that they proceed with the land swap. That's where I'm at with it. I don't see anything else holding us up. There's nothing. I've looked through it all. I don't see anything holding. Anybody out there got any questions then about Joe? You got anything? Good to see you. Good morning, sir. You all right, buddy? Look wore out. All right, there's God. So, okay, the BZA board appointment. Whoa. This has been a nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, between the BZA and the Planning Commission, but I believe Commissioner Risk has something he wants to say.
Took a little note here. I've been thinking about this. I've had a few phone calls about this. But here's what I want to say to the public here and everybody here. I understand there have been questions raised recently regarding the composition of our BZA board, specifically concerning my wife's appointment. While I want to be absolutely clear that her service on the board is entirely legal and that she has always acted with the utmost integrity and dedication to the community, and many in this room, I also believe strongly in the importance of maintaining absolute public trust and avoiding even the perception of a conflict of interest, because I know we've had these things in the past. Okay? To ensure that our community can have complete confidence in the decision made by myself as a commissioner and our BZA board, I will be making a motion to remove Christy Risk from the BZA board and seeking someone else to fill that position. This decision is made with the best interest of the community at heart, and I want to thank Christy for her valuable commitment and assistance to our county, because there are so many things out there that she has done for this community in this county that people don't know. But I'm going to make a motion to remove her from the BZA board. Do I got a second?
Second with discussion.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Commissioner Risk. When this was brought up last meeting or 2 meetings ago, transparency, I hear that a lot. Sometimes people don't know what transparency is, I guess, but that's okay. The BZA does not answer to the commissioners. It's simply an appointment. When they make their decision on the BZA, it doesn't come back to the commissioners like the Planning Commission does.
Correct.
Their decision is their decision. Anybody wants anything out of that, they have to take it to court. So it doesn't come back to the commission. So when I made a motion to appoint Christie, I know there's some discussion about transparency, about, this person working with that person, so on and so forth. I want to make perfectly clear that it had nothing to do with Dave and Christie. She just wanted to fill a role that she thought she could help in. And I believe, and I'll sit here and I'm gonna stand on, I believe she would have done an excellent job. Because she didn't have to come back to answer to the commissioners for something. If that would have been the case, it'd been a different story. But, so, then, you know, I've heard, well, you know, we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want that. It's unfortunate, that some people think that, because of who it is or their name behind something, that it means they're going to do wrong. I think that's sad. We're a community, supposed to be working together. We have a lot of people that have family and relatives that have worked side by side in this community. And, you know, have we had a couple issues that has come up in the past? Yes. But to say that her being on that board was a conflict of interest or lack of transparency is absolutely void. There's no truth behind that. Absolutely none. None. These three commissioners sitting up here right now have nothing to hide. Nothing. We're as open as we can be in these meetings. We let the public talk. But the back end stories of things is perception against reality. I've said this 1,000 times. People perceive things a certain way, in reality there's not. So her appointment that I nominated her for was a good appointment, because they don't answer to the commissioners. But Dave has spoke, even though I don't necessarily I agree with what he said. And I understand his feelings, and I respect Dave's feelings as a commissioner, and I respect Christie's feelings too. Dave's made a motion to have her removed. But rest assured one thing, it's not because of bad integrity from his part or Christie's part. I don't care what the public's got to think about it. I mean, I do, I care what you think, but the negativity that was thrown out against her because of him being her husband is absolutely wrong. And I want to stand on that. So Dave, you made a motion, and I respect it. I respect your decision, sir. So I'll second your motion under whatever the word I could use for not liking it so well. But I respect you, so I'll second you. Thank you.
Before we vote, I'd like to say, I appreciate her wanting to step up. We've had trouble in the past filling those boards. I've been on both of them for 5 years, I think. It's hard to get good people to sit on those boards. And I think she would have been fine. I can see both sides of the argument. I do respect Dave and Christie coming to this decision. I understand what Sam's saying, but those boards are working, or have worked pretty good in the past, and I hope they continue to do so. I'll just say that. That's all I got.
I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. So I have no idea where that leaves us with these boarded BZA appointments, Heather, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where to go from here. How many people do we need to make appointments to?
I
Two,
need
right?
2 for BZA.
Need 2 for BZA and 1 for Plan Commission currently. And then they'll have to re-elect a president for both boards because I filled both of those roles.
But one of the BZA appointments will need to be a planning commission
Yes.
appointment. So the commissioners will only need to appoint one for BZA still. Planning commission will have to choose the other.
Right.
Well, let's just get right into the weeds here. I'll have to be the bad guy. That's
Sam?
Yes, sir.
Real quick on your guys' vote, I think it's super important that it's noted that it's not a conflict of interest. And the only way it could be a conflict of interest is if if you have direct supervisor role over that family member. And we have to be super careful because, as in the caucus for Norm, it was brought up several times that there's a potential commissioner candidate whose wife was an elected official as well, but has no supervisor role over that person. And moving forward, you don't want to discourage family members to run for those spots just because they have an elected official in their family. So it definitely needs to be to where it's not misconstrued or looking like there's stuff going on in the future that would discourage a great candidate.
I think what's happened here is that there has been some bad blood that's happened, okay? And I'm not gonna mention no names, I won't. But everybody perceives that as, that's always gonna happen, okay? And that's just the way people are. You know, they've had one bad, well, that's it, it's gonna be like that the rest of the life, but it's not. And it will affect Owen County. So that's all I'll say about that.
I agree with you, Joe. We can't stop people running for these offices and stuff like that, and just because somebody doesn't like somebody's name. A lot of people don't like me. I got elected, but, you know, we're sitting up here as a board of commissioners, working with the public to do absolutely the best we can, to move forward, working together and stuff like that, and the stuff that gets thrown back is simply because of somebody's name or their association with somebody, Joe, and it's unfair. And so I agree with exactly everything you said. If you could repeat that, if you could repeat a little bit what you just said so the public could hear that again.
Yeah, it's just there's several new candidates out there that we don't want to discourage from running for election for a spot in our next election, simply because they have a relative that is also an elected official. As long as it's not a supervisory role, it's very good.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So now moving on to more BZA news. I'm going to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners to have our county attorney draft up a letter to send to Pam Rogers to have her removed from the Plan Commission. I will not go into discussion at this time. I'm simply making a motion to have the county attorney draft up a letter to send to Pam Rogers to have her removed from the Plan Commission. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
We have a second?
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
What's that?
Aye.
3-0. So the BZA, Heather, the BZA appointments. I've had a lot of people that are apparently interested in the BZA appointments. So I think what we should do, Board of Commissioners, just you guys help me out here a little bit.
I think, I haven't talked to any of them yet, so I don't wanna put anybody on there until I talk to them.
We're not gonna put nobody on there.
Okay,
I mean, that's my opinion. We're not appointing nobody today to BZA board.
okay.
And this is the reason I'm saying that is because we need to talk to these people. We need to have them in a forum or whatever you want to call it, to where if these candidates who want to run for the BZA appointment need to come before the Board of Commissioners and explain themselves. What their background is, you know, what qualifications they would have, come before us so we can make a good judgment. If I just sit here and appoint somebody today, because last time we made an appointment, it was the only person that ever came to me and said they wanted to be on. But now we've got, it seems like there's a corral of people, and that's good, more the merrier. So my opinion is at our next meeting, anybody that's interested, we can get this out there and and the public. Let them come before the Board of Commissioners, the next meeting, get 5 minutes to talk, explain themselves, and we can make it. You know, we can get little index cards and write who you want on there, and nobody will know who's what, and hand the index cards, just kind of like we do at a caucus. Similar to something like that. Anybody got any questions? Yes, Jeff?
Are there any political or geographical restrictions to who gets appointed?
There's political. There's what's that, sir?
Owen County.
But they have to, there have to be so many Democrats and so many Republicans
Correct.
on there.
Yes.
And we'll have that before, we'll have all that information before us when these people come to talk. They should know whether they can.
But what are you looking, what needs to be filled? What, I mean,
I don't
is it
know.
a Republican or is it a Democrat or what that needs to be filled on those?
Currently, I believe, and I have to go back to my notes and look, but currently I believe we have 2 open spots and we need a Democrat and a Republican on the BZA. Now, that being said, one member will have to come from the Planning Commission directly, so that may play a role in who can go and who can't.
If we can get those guidelines here in the next few days, then we can send that out to the public, so when we have our next meeting, we're not talking to somebody that we don't need to be talking to.
I can get you that by the end of the day.
You give me that by the end of the day, and give it to Sheila and give it to the attorney, and we'll get it out there to the public. That way we'll know who needs to come to the meeting, who doesn't.
I
Good
got a
question.
hunch Christie's spot was Republican.
You think?
Yes.
That's a little hunch.
The guidelines are on the website. I don't know if they've been moved over to the new website, but they were in there for the Planning Commission and the BZA.
I seen the guidelines, but I just don't know which side of the fence on the political side that we're, I don't know if we need a Republican, 2 Democrats or whatever, but we want to do it right, and I agree with you, Beth. And if you can have that information to us by the end of the day, we can get that out there so we'll know who needs to come for the interviews.
So like if you appoint a Republican to the Planning Commission, and that one would be at the BZA, then you would need a Democrat as well. I mean, so it's gonna depend on who you appoint to the Planning Commission.
Yes, who comes over from the Planning Commission will then determine what the other one on the BZA would need to be. So,
Or vice versa.
or vice versa.
Right, you guys
Right,
appoint
exactly.
one, and the Planning Commission would have to choose a different.
Yeah, it could be very well, Sam, that we need to get the Planning Commission squared away since they are appointing someone to BZA, and then that slot would need to be filled then with the pool of people that we bring in. That doesn't stop us from talking to them, but then we would need to take that group, see how they're registered as voters, and then fill that slot with the best candidate that is of the proper party to go on there once the Planning Commission has appointed their person to the BZA. And then both groups are going to have to reorg. I don't know the question, so I'll ask the attorney. We have vice presidents. Do they elevate to president, or do they just need to reorganize and pick those 2 spots again?
I'd have to look at the statute in your order.
See, I don't
remember.
I don't know that it's addressed, but it may be.
And, right, and to the extent it's not addressed, then there wouldn't be any kind of automatic elevation.
Okay. Because they're going to need to know that when they go to, but if we can find that out, that would at least help them with how they need to proceed. And then I think, honestly, I think the Planning Commission needs to reorg and then appoint their person to BZA, and then we can pick our person for the BZA. That doesn't stop us from talking to them.
Right.
And knowing ahead of time who we're dealing with, and then we'll see what party has to be and plug that person in.
Well, Heather, since Norm knows more about this, and I'm just gonna plead ignorance.
Got another job.
What's that?
Got another job.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I'm just not up to, I've been dealing with her here last month, but I'm just not up to snuff on, why don't you coordinate with Norm
Okay.
and transfer the information, and so because he knows what's going on and stuff, then get it to us as soon as possible, and, because you are gonna have to have a meeting,
Yeah, well, we're talking about a special meeting anyways, coming soon, so
okay?
Yep.
I just haven't chosen a date yet.
Good point, Norm.
What's that?
Fine job down there.
Oh. It'd be nice to go to one of those meetings and not be on the hook for whatever.
Good job, Norm.
Your pool of people for your BZA that are interested, they might also be interested in the plan commission.
Right, well, there'll be,
So,
there's another spot there too now, so once that's done. Neither one of them can, we haven't stopped either one of them from meeting, because there'll still be 3, which is a quorum, and 7 out of the 9, which would be a quorum, so we haven't cut the head off and stopped business. But anyway, I'll coordinate with you, and we'll come up with what we
Whatever
need to
you
do.
said, Norm, sounds good to me.
All right.
So,
I'm rambling, so
Yeah.
I will go.
Now, what we're talking about, the PC and the BZA, I think it's only fair to the people in Owen County to get the best people on the spot for the job, okay? Anybody can do the job, but if you have a gentleman or a lady with more experience that's done it before, well, obviously, that's who you're gonna pick for the job, correct? Okay, so on that note, I make a motion to remove myself from the PC board. Then I'd like to put Norm Warner on the PC board. But now think about this, folks, he's done this for years. So his knowledge is a lot more mine when it comes to that. So that Owen County benefits from that. So that's my motion.
I'm not seconding that, so you don't have to do it.
dear God. Well, Norm, how do you feel about this, sir?
I,
Great.
That's good. Yeah.
How do you feel about that? I want your opinion, sir. I don't.
I'm fine with that. I don't want to be the president of it, but, I do have the knowledge base from however many years. It makes sense, and I don't want to say it's what's best for the county, but
Oh, what's best for the county?
just because that sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but, I have the knowledge base from the war room, if you will, on some of these meetings we've gone through, so yeah, that's fine. I'll accept that.
Except what?
Yeah, you're a second, I guess, because I'm not seconding it.
Wow, okay. Let's see if I get this right. I will second Commissioner Riss' motion to remove himself from the Planning Commission to add Norm Warner to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
3-0. Congratulations, Norm Warner. And Dave Risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's what.
Welcome back, Norm. That was short-lived. Anything else regarding to do with the BZA and the Plan Commission? And I apologize to the public, I'm just not up to par on this stuff as I should be. I've got other fires burning, so. Before we move on to the next thing, I want to bring up, well, he's a good friend of mine, and I like to let him speak for just a few moments. The president of BC Brown Associates, Mr. Ron Remack.
I'm going to make this really quick. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Because, you guys all talking about a ton of really important things. We just wanted to have a chance to introduce ourselves to the new commissioners. My name is Ron Remack. I've been with BC Brown Associates in Bloomington for about 46 years, and for the past, probably 25 plus years, we've had the pleasure and the blessing, quite honestly, just to work with your employee benefits program. And we take a lot of pride in what we do for you, and it's been a wonderful partnership. And we have an overview of the types of things to get you all familiar with the different benefits, the processes, and the renewal dates, et cetera. This is Warren Habener from our organization. You've seen Warren probably around a ton. Warren and our account manager, Brittany Doring, who's out sick, or she would have been here today, do a great job advocating for you, but that's our responsibility, and we take pride in that and that long-term relationship. So respectfully, so you can get some of your time back, we'll come back and we can get on the agenda, bring you up to date a little bit on the overview. There's nothing that needs to be decided on now. We think we've got in a great place with a 2-year rate guarantee on the medical with IU health plans and some of the ancillary benefits, the work that Nicole and Warren and Sheila and everybody just does more than their part to make sure that everything goes well. So we really appreciate your trust and confidence, and we'll come back when we have some time and can yield to more important things going on.
I appreciate your own coming, always have.
Sir, could I get a business card? Do you have a business card, your contact, or?
And if you think, Ron, you could get on to our, July meeting, which would be July 3rd at 9 a.m. If you think you might be able to come to the July 3rd meeting at 9 a.m.
Thank you, sir.
Sure can.
That'd
July,
be
what is it?
3rd, 9
I
a.m.
will check on that and let you know.
Let us know, let Sheila know, we'd greatly appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Sorry, I turned my back to you.
Okay, Greg, I'm not skipping over you, but I'm gonna skip over you. That didn't make much sense, did it?
You're
So,
waiting a minute, Greg.
Orion, sir. Mr. Orion, am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes, thank you.
Orion,
Orion.
Big O, they call him a lot of things.
The big old,
I've asked Orion to bring us up to date on some IT stuff, and I know it was a little bit difficult maybe for him to mention some things he's mentioned to me that he's found. We're not here to throw anybody under the bus, by no means, that's not what this is about. But I believe not only the employees, but the public needs to know his findings, some of the things that he's found so far, and he's brought, and I don't remember your name, sir, and that's quite all right.
David Barton.
David? I'll never remember it, but is also going to update us on the county webpage, where we're at with that. I've had a lot of people saying, well, I can't get on it, this is not working, so on and so forth. So Ryan, if you'll proceed with that
Sure.
part, then David will get into the second part.
So I'm working on, official document that I can produce for you, and I apologize, coming off of vacation, I was short-turned in getting to you guys.
Where'd you go?
don't ask, you don't wanna know, don't ask.
Never mind.
However, I was on call.
You answered your phone, and I asked you, why did you answer your phone when you're on vacation?
That's just the nature of the business, I think. But anyway, so I'll get you a formal document put together, but in reviewing some of the previous discussions that you and I had and having something to present to the public as well as the commissioners, I feel like it's fair to kind of give a quick review here. So at this point, I think we have identified what the email flow issue was, and that has since been corrected. I think to the point where we have finally, in a finality kind of way, corrected it. We intentionally broke it and then fixed it so we knew where it was, and this is part of what Dave's doing for us with the website. Also is going to future-proof that as well too. Now, where that comes into play is, a lot of this stuff you won't see. It's behind the scenes stuff. That's the nature of IT kind of sometimes, unless it's just an immediate urgent issue that you have as an end user or that any of your folks will have as an end user. Where that support is like, hey, God, we're there, we did that. So behind the scenes, I think this is some of the stuff that, you may not hear about that has to go fixed, and that's where, the experts like Justin and our engineers and our technical staff can come in, not just to fix a break-fix problem, but to identify things of that nature. Now, I don't know how that was addressed in the past. I can just tell you that, from what we call best business practices, this is how things are going to be set up for you and for the county moving forward. Again, in the sense that anything goes sideways with us, we turn this over, and the handoff would seem, much easier, for the next person to come in, because it's more of this standard, if you will. There's a, NIST standard out there that we follow, and we want to make sure that we're within those guidelines in every step of the way. Not to mention, what we've done for other counties and how that's been effective for them. We will put that stuff in place for Owen County as well. And along the way, if we can save some money and we can identify where we can save some money, we want to do that as well too. And that was one of those things as well. We've saved by identifying a couple issues with how emails being handled, what, again, a consolidation of the emails that you guys were paying for at one time, tens of thousands of dollars annually, moving forward, that you're gonna save just by doing a little reconciliation there. And I think that that's worth mentioning. Camera software and connectivity issues, we really had to wrap our hands around what was in place, what's going on with that. There's still a few things that probably need addressed with that, and coincides with some of the server room and the server room cleanup. You got pictures of that. You also got secondary pictures of the cleanup. And I even found a hard drive, an external hard drive, back in the day, and I don't know where it came from or what it is, but I was lucky to find that and pass that along to Justin, because it had a lot of legacy information on there that we just weren't privy to when we took over the account as well. And it went a long way in us understanding a gap that was there from the previous provider and some information that we needed. Not to mention, there were pictures of how clean that area was at one time and where it will be eventually before. Equipment hygiene in itself is very important from a security side of things. We've plucked hard drives out, kept some of the securities away from the destruction of the property. We do have a certificate of destruction from this last removal that we had that I can supply Sheila or whoever needs it. But we did keep some securities out of that destruction phase just for the purpose of knowing where that's at. And if it ever needs utilized again, we have the ability to, quickly maintain that. The other part, and I think this is very appropriate, is, the backups that were in place. If anything ever goes wrong, we need to know how we can get that information back up and running as quickly as possible. In this kind of environment, zero downtime is obviously the goal. It may not be that way if something happens, but the days of a tornado or a natural event happening, that's 10 to 15% of malicious activity anymore, or activity, I should say, that would cause a backup related issue. It's more, making sure we're secure, that the bad people are out, the good traffic's flowing properly, and that we're testing backups regularly. And that was one of the things that when we moved, again, one move, saving a lot of money, putting something like this in place, and what we put in place, you don't have this reoccurring cost. It was a one-time upfront fee, but over the course of time now, it's what's in place with the Veeam backup. And I think it's more of a business-grade backup solution for you all as well, and we're able to maintain that in a much better manner. Again, this all there's a cost savings that went into that. A lot of the general overall support too that I think you're getting the feel from with most every department that I think we've interacted with now in one way or another in some fashion. It's not just the end user, but the security level that we need to maintain, or you need to maintain, and we need to maintain for you in just communication on incoming and outgoing data. I think everybody is, I've got to feel good from everybody on that, and the resources that we have in place to make sure that is maintained properly for you moving forward as well. We did finally get access to the firewall. That was kind of a source of contention for a little bit. There's a state mandated or given to you firewall device that we were struggling to get access to when I found the information that I finally found, and that opened the door for Justin to get in. IoT's obviously not the quickest sometimes, and surely I know their plate's full with a lot of counties, so it's working with them is a process sometimes, to say the least. But we were able to get that, be able to secure that up, and then also get that more on a firm, stable platform moving forward, so that we know what we're looking for, how to interact with that, and also how to interact with IoT as well. I'll get to the website here in just a second. Again, the implementation of just a true help desk in the immediate help, I think, has been a benefit, and we've seen that across the board with anybody who's had requests that have come up. So again, most department heads have an understanding of how all the employees can get that communication. And then lastly, I think the security on the devices and on your network equipment alone, although there wasn't and hasn't been breaches or incidents that we were aware of prior to us taking over, what's in place now is the best business practice, and to the cybersecurity liability insurance claims we're able to check those boxes with confidence now that we may not have been able to before, and maintain that as well. So that's kind of the general overview. Again, let me put some more pen to paper on this for you and get you anything detailed. Those were the things I reviewed from last time and that are more in place, firmly in place now, what AME does, and AME does so well. But the other part is, I know as things come up, I'm continuing to ask that those be addressed through either me, through our help desk, through Justin, who's your lead engineer on this, and we'll make sure that we continue to document that as we can. Obviously, one of the big things that we came up with and has been a current project is the website. And I won't steal your thunder, Dave, I'll let you talk now. But, you know, what's been going on since we decided to move forward with that, the reasons of why we decided to move forward with that, and why it was important for you guys to move forward with that. We did hit a bit of a crunch. You saw some downtime with your, and again, this is, you know, we're still kind of figuring out why some of these little things seem to be happening. I can't verify malicious activity, but there's just moving forward in this standardization, as I'll call it. I think we'll have better eyes and understanding on how, when this is completed, there won't be 3 different hands in the bucket, so to speak, as there are now. And it may have been how it was in the past and moving forward, but with Dave's help and getting the new site up, with the compliances that were needed that weren't in place, it'll be very helpful moving forward. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not ready to launch the new website yet, and when I saw that it crashed, I made Orion and Justin aware that it was down, and I was like, oh no, this is really bad. So I had already begun working on rebuilding the website, and I had a local copy on my machine. I was developing it, and after 10 days maybe of it being down, Orion suggested we just go ahead and launch, and ready, fire, aim type of thing, you know. So the new website's live. It's officially launched on WordPress. It's fully rebuilt for mobile accessibility, and it's definitely, in my opinion, has improved navigation. Replaces the old Wix version. It's available, same domain name. All the department pages have been rebuilt. The web hosting's active, paid via David Martin Design. And the site is mobile friendly, more accessible, and SEO optimized for faster, easier navigation. I worked with the Indiana Office of Technology, called them up on the phone, got Hilton Brandy on the phone. It was really nice to talk to somebody in person. He was really helpful, and he updated the DNS for the domain and turned off the Cloudflare caching, which I think was the problem. He didn't really want to do that. I asked him several times, and he did that, and it resolved the domain to the new WordPress hosting. There are still some issues. Some people have had trouble with access. I'll get to that here in a minute. Public access improvements, agendas, forms, and notices are much easier to find, search, and navigate. Structured metadata helps residents and search engines access content more efficiently. The department and IT support departments will be able to securely upload files, searchable staff directories in development. I'm designing it for long-term sustainability. Staff will be able to update content with light training. I've coordinated with Anton Neff. He was extremely helpful. We've got a lot in common. And I communicated with Natasha Pointer, Kevin Housen, Dennis Bucci, Chris Lunsford, and Parker Trulock, my good friend from high school, to ensure accuracy and gather feedback. So what's next? Polishing the business directory, forms, and calendars, preparing staff training and editor guides, ongoing updates based on department and resident feedback, training sessions for departments. I'm going to set up a request form for ongoing edits and continue just refining the website to make it better. And it's not just a redesign, it's an upgrade to how the community, the county communicates. It's about transparency, accessibility, and making things easier for everyone, from residents to staff. So if any staff or departments notice any issue or need something added, just shoot me an email at david@davidmartindesign. I have a link on the bottom of the website. You can click on it. You can contact me through there. We also I'll also be setting up that online request form. DNS and SSL, what happened, why it mattered. I don't think I really need to go into that. I kind of did already. I don't want to, if anybody wants to talk any more about IT stuff, I'd love to after this. It should be fixed. There are people, Kevin, I think still has an issue, so I'm happy to go work with him. I've sent him an email how to reset things. But, you know, sometimes these things take a few days to resolve, and if they're not resolved after a few days, then there's something else. So whatever that something else is, but the majority of the people that I've talked to, everywhere I've tested it, it seems to be working, it's stable. I took 600 PDFs, reorganized them, renamed them, put them in folders. I can't wait to upload them to the right places, but for the most part, I've migrated everything, kept links, checked all the links, fixed all sorts of links, wrote 200 redirect rules. Anyway, the website's in good shape, and if anybody wants, I'd love to talk to them about how we can make it better.
And I'll concur with that, and our part to them and bringing Dave in as a partner to this is, you know, you were still your primary source of contact for IT, so I'll leave that door of communication open for any county employee. If you need assistance with any of that, reach out to me specifically and I can facilitate that and or just help, you know, in general. But this is the benefit for you, for what your request was, to get you in some compliance and to also streamline some of this process. And again, going back to kind of my theme here, that's where we're at with this. We want to make sure that everything's kind of running and functioning as we would see that across the board with any account, but any government entity that we assist with. So.
We got a couple of questions.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Sorry. So the backups you were talking about, are they off premise?
They are.
Okay. And
They're
has
off.
our,
There's an on and then there's two off signs.
okay.
Yeah.
And has our disaster recovery been updated with the changes that have been made, the current
You
one?
mean your disaster recovery plan?
Yes.
It's non-existent. We need to sit down and work through that.
So that needs to still
Yeah.
happen? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just checking because
Yeah,
I deal with
we
the
don't
same
even
thing.
have a true compliance person. You know, if this happens, who do we go to? Who reports it? We need to sit down and the next steps of getting, you know, so we're, what, 4 or 5 months into this now? You know, maybe less than that. But, you know, we need to get the IT committee put together and we need to get it coordinated on who's going to be in there. I've made suggestions on who it may be, but really internally, we do a process 30 days afterwards to make sure we're communicating and seeing everything that we need to be seeing. Some of that onboarding, because of the multiple locations, just took a little bit longer. But in my last conversation with their lead engineer, it is up. We're fully functioning, if you will, as far as that goes. Everybody could call in and get support. We just need to make sure we see eyes on that. We want that, you know, continuity. Right. Once that's kind of completed, that's when I prompt the external communication to have a meeting to kind of start, hey, this is what you'll see in these quarterly business reviews and what we need to discuss moving forward. So if there's IT-related stuff from different departments, at that time they can come to the table and if we could sit and collaborate on how we move forward with that and or just kind of give updates in the IT world as we see them with other counties and whatnot.
Okay. The other question, ADA compliance on the new format. I haven't been on the site but a couple of times, but I'm assuming that that is in play for visual impair and everything?
Yeah, I have not tested it since a couple days ago. I've made many updates, and like I said, I wasn't ready to launch it yet, but ready, fire, aim, and it is my goal to make it fully ADA compliant. And I have tools to test that, and it's something I'm constantly working on. So yes, I'm working hard to make that happen.
I just want to put it on the radar because it's a requirement.
Yeah,
it is, and that's one of the things that we identified as a necessity moving to this new website.
All of the content that I've reposted is all structured, H1, H2, headings, subheadings, and yeah, it's just WordPress. The WordPress 2025 theme is the latest theme that I'm using. It is very accessible. and I'm gonna install some plugins and just constantly test that. Also, I know Jack White, I believe, is the ADA. Jack, I'd love to talk to you more about that too. So I just fully.
You have to dumb it down a little bit, I'll talk to you.
Alrighty, thank you.
I'm going to make a motion that we appoint Norm to.
I'll second that.
Sounds like it's predetermined, right?
There you go, Norm. Take a look at that, Norm, right there.
Look at this.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you say, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think I hear a railroad coming down.
Norm just I got an email from Justin, and he was asking for me to
Patch something.
sign to do patch, which is your 5 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They talked with Matt, I believe. First of all, I can't sign anything unless the commissioners say so. If they want to keep little things like this or just like this, and then would be able to maybe be the contact to.
Yeah, these are more structural, like, just to make sure you understand when that type of, well, in this case, like the patching would be updated, things of that nature. We just need to have that on record, and as a point of contact in a government entity, it's a little different, because everyone kind of needs to know about it, but that's why you're getting that email, to pass that along.
You just sign that form.
I sign this?
Is that making sense to you? They're gonna do some patching.
Yeah, you usually do this kind of stuff outside of normal business hours, so that it doesn't affect the day-to-day operation. These times they make sense to me, but, Sundays and then 2 a.m. And then, I guess the only other question I would have is if there was a problem that was gonna affect business after a patch, or we had to roll it back or something, would that communication come to, who would that come to?
Well, Sheila's the point of contact right
Right.
now. If you prefer, I can include anybody on that.
She's here every day, I'm not, but one of us would need to know, and it's rare that would happen, but there is
At this moment,
occasions.
she's kind of the point of contact for everything, and that's why this IT committee, I think, will be more beneficial.
But yes,
I can
this
spray that to a
looks
few
aligned
people
with
as
what I would
opposed to
say
just
is good.
putting it on her plate.
Do you want me to actually sign?
Sheila, the only other thing that I got was,
If you approve it.
Yeah. These fine?
oh, okay, it looks like you've got both of them then. Okay, what he requested was most likely what he's gonna sign, so.
I do think we need to get the IT committee put together
Yes, sir.
ASAP.
Okay.
And Norm, you're gonna be on the IT committee. He understands what you're saying, because I'm clueless. Chief, do you have some?
Yeah, I have no idea how in-depth IT's involved in some of this, but we have the opportunity to upgrade some computers here soon. Ruggedized laptops in our cars. We're currently on the Surface Pro 7, we're on Windows 11, they're not great for that usage. You guys have any buying power or anything, any way we can go through to maybe lessen that cost?
We do, yeah.
These aren't cheap, and then with our Surface Pros, they're in good shape. The main problem is the keyboards. They don't stay working very long when they're in the setting of those cars. But the machines are good, could be used in other departments if anybody would want them. So is that something you guys can handle?
Yeah, we just went through that entire process with Township Police Department, and we went with Lenovo's, but you can discuss whatever option you want to go with. I think there was some running testing or something on the design of which one we decided on. I'll get you a card and talk later and I'll phone you.
Jack?
Yeah, I've got a question about more contractual. Is there an obligation by the department head to buy new equipment through AME, or at least contact them and see if it's
That's all we ask.
compatible?
We aren't the Amazons and the CDWs of the world. We do have buying power because, we have longevity and we're partners, premium partners with some of our vendors. But that doesn't mean all of our customers purchase equipment through us, and we don't require that, even for setup and even for monitoring or any of that. Doesn't really matter. But I would ask, bounce it off of me. Let me get you at least what I call best business recommendation for the machine, the criteria of what you're looking for. If there's a software that you're going to be running, let's double check that and make sure the specs are up to what they call it for it to be up to. And, you can do your diligence on that. I can even give you a quote on what we would think is best, and then you can shop that if you want to. But no, we don't necessarily require you to purchase through us for that stuff.
Okay, wall mounted smart screens too, you guys?
We have availability with most everything,
Okay. Do you install for us?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I've got that old ID machine, and it's in pretty bad shape. It's ready for some CPR, but I need it. It's got some stuff in it that I've got to have. Is that something that you guys cover?
I don't know what you're talking about, but if it's just something where we're plucking data and moving it on to something else, yes.
This guy can explain it.
I would highly recommend replacing that thing because they're affordable now. They've gone down a lot in price. So if you can convince
Just legacy data that we need to get on there and put on something.
Yes, templates and things like that aren't available in the new system.
Sounds like we need to move on that quicker than.
I've
Sooner
got
rather than
some people have asked for IDs months ago,
Okay.
and I need to get it fixed.
It's an all-in-one portable system. So
Okay.
It's
In a
a
Pelican
big
case.
Pelican case. It's an
Oh,
old
okay,
machine
okay.
that was probably originally running like Windows 8 or something.
Okay.
God knows what's on it now. I don't know, but it's an old version for sure. But it's really old.
So there's two, I'll just give this direction to everybody.
Yeah, just.
If you can open a ticket for that, or you just get a hold of me directly, and then most likely I will kind of facilitate the process of, am I gonna handle that, am I gonna just keep it local, or if I'm gonna open a ticket for you. If it has something to do with hands-on, it's gonna come back to the field, and it's gonna be handled out of the office anyway.
Can we count this as me getting a hold of it?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Is that the same ID machine we had years and years ago?
This one's been around for a long time.
Longer than that.
The sheriff's department, we bought one for the sheriff's department, and basically all it is an ID printer.
Yeah.
Because it's now all just software based, it runs off your
Yeah.
computer, so they're not very expensive. I mean, $800 for a really nice one versus the thousands of dollars that was paid for that one back then, just because technology's changed, so,
I would
I
check,
would definitely recommend getting rid of that one.
check into that ASAP.
Okay.
We'll see what they recommend. I don't even think it's Windows plural, I think it's just window.
It's got the old pull rope on it.
So can I end this with IDs? There was a gentleman that came in last week that said he was going around all the offices, he needed to get on all the computers and do everything. I didn't know, I asked him for ID.
Okay.
He graciously gave it and said I was the first person in 10 years that had asked him to see an ID. So can we at least get a heads up email from somebody,
Sure.
hey, we got somebody coming in, because he was going to all the offices, and said he physically had to get on everybody's computers. And
Okay.
we could just get.
Awareness, gotcha. Yes.
He's-
Anybody else got any questions for the IT and the webpage? Because I can't answer, so. Ask now why they got the experts here and Norm Warner. But you're getting ready to get chucked right under the bus.
I don't know.
Anybody else got any questions?
I hear it coming.
I appreciate both of them and what you're doing for the
Thank you very
county.
much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys. The storage units are gonna be on hold till July. I need to, speak to the sheriff on a couple of details about the storage units, and Chris Lunsford. Oh, there you are. So we're gonna put that on hold till July. District 8 appointment. Sheila?
I left messages for the gentleman that sent the email, left a couple different messages, he did not return a call. I don't know what I was involved in it, is it meetings, is, again, being its district, it is a state. So until we hear back, I don't know that we can do an appointment,
No.
unless one of you just want to volunteer.
No, we're not gonna volunteer for nothing we don't know nothing about.
Right.
We'll table District 8 appointment. Department heads and elected officials. Greg, I ain't forgot you. You got anything,
I
buddy?
got a couple things. First on the Team Doughboy, things are creeping along at local government pace, I suppose. But we are going to be having a meeting with, including the ADA consultant. He's either going to appear virtually or going to come down for a meeting. Really want everybody there. Not that we're going to make any decisions, but I think what I want to do is kind of lay out a plan of how we're going to make decisions. You know, how we're going to get information out to the community and other groups and get ready to make some decisions and get this thing nailed down so we can show what the community wants, and we can then start getting some prices and get going on this thing a little bit. So, but we have made a little bit of progress. The other, now back on the emergency management side of it, the governor requested federal assistance on May 28th, and we haven't heard anything yet, but that should be coming down at any time.
It's coming, it just takes a little time.
Yeah, so, but thought I got to let you know we're still in the running for that. If we can get DJT to put his signature on a piece of paper, we ought to give him some money. So, about all I got on that.
Two things, and just to go ahead and address this since you're here on the Doughboy thing. I spoke to the Premier who's doing the roof, the dome and the roofing. We do have a significant leak in the roof this morning. They're taking care of that. But they're hoping to be done, everything wrapped out by August 1st. Get done, wrapped up and gone. They've moved a lot, they changed the crew. The other crew's been working. I noticed they was here on Sunday doing some work here a couple times. So hopefully they'll have that wrapped up by August 1st, then get everything fenced down, whatever, then try to get ready to move on your project whenever we can. Now, we do have the festival. Is that the first or second Sunday of September? Apple Butter Festival?
The third weekend of September.
Third, huh? Can we move it up? No. Third, so once we get that done, Jack, with that festival and stuff, I like to see us be in a situation where we can move on that Doughboy, hopefully by then. I know there's things we can do ahead of time, but landscaping, or this stuff like that, I'm hoping by that time we'll be fully committed. They're chucking the chickens sometime.
I don't remember.
Ain't they chucking that during the festival? I don't.
I think it's its own deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's its own deal.
Where's the chicken chucking?
I have to check the date.
Well, you guys will provide lunch for that. And that's unity.
Well, we,
Mr. Vandermark was supposed to.
yeah, I haven't heard anything back, but we are gonna have a community picnic where the commissioners, Norm, thank you. We're gonna be doing some cooking out for the public, yeah, so it's gonna be a good time. I guess that's
I was
what,
gonna enjoy some chicken chunking.
they're gonna chuck some chickens from the roof.
All right.
Now, for all you, anybody out there, it's not live chickens, okay? I guess apparently it used to be live chickens, now it's gonna be rubber chickens, but there's gonna be some prizes for kids and free chicken, and it's gonna be a good time. Community picnic we used to have here, we did for years, was always a wonderful time. We had a good time, and we're gonna get back into that, and it's gonna work out good, so I'm looking forward to the chicken chucking, whatever you want to call it.
If we can step back from chicken, back to the Doughboy.
Yes, back to the,
Who is the local person that I can check with, or just kind of make sure that the damage that was done by the crane doesn't slip past us?
I got the guy's name, we can meet, Mark Rainey is his name, he's a supervisor over that. Yeah, that's not gonna slip past us. I got a couple other things with him, that's not gonna slip past us either.
Okay.
Because I am not signing off on paint, I'm nothing against it, they did a good job, but there's 2 or 3 things they've got to get corrected before we sign off on the contract, so.
Well, the team's hawkeyeing that money, so I'll keep track of it.
Good deal.
Now, back on that Doughboy, I told you I'd look into getting a stamp for as far as the roof up there. In order to do that, there has to be a computer program that goes into that machine. I talked to 2 different people about this, and they both said it's gonna be around $2,000 to get that program, because they have to basically build it, then, and I'm not maybe Norm knows, I'm not a computer guy, but they have to download it, design it, and then put it into the machine in order to get that done. Then it has to be heat treated. So I'm just giving you a heads up, that's where it's at right now. I'm gonna look around, shop around, try to find somebody that will help us out. But, that's where I'm at with that right now.
Okay.
Because I'm not able to make it with the machines that I have.
Also, Jack, while you're here, we'll just stay with you for a little bit. How much money you have in your budget for taking care of emergency stuff here in Owen County for people that need emergencies, in case of storms or something like that?
There is no money in my budget for that.
So, oh, everybody out there hears that, okay? And one, I've been concerned about this for quite some time, and I've talked to Dave about it, and I know Norm's here, we talked to him about it. Yeah, does anybody know, we haven't seemed like we have more storms now coming through, and we've been narrowly missed, and we wasn't missed by that one storm that unfortunately took the lives of some people out there at the park. Jack has absolutely no money in his emergency management budget to take care, if somebody in this county is in need due to something emergency, storm-related, flood, train wreck, whatever the case may be. You know, Jack's got a lot of contacts to get people here to do things, but Jack has no money in a budget anywhere to say that if something, Doug needed something, we're here to take care of our residents of Owen County. That's what we're here for. And Jack needs a budget. Jack needs to be, have a line item, however you want to call it, Sheila, however you set it up, to where if there's a need here in Owen County, an emergency need that Jack can take care of, he needs to be able to have the funds to spend, you know, because then without having to just come right to the commissioners, or then he have to go to the council, and you know, that could be a delay in something that you need right now. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, you just want some money pre-appropriated that can be spent immediately.
I'm glad you guys are better with the words than I am. So we have some money in the opioid, is that what it's called? Money that, that we can allocate through the commissioners to spend, you know, any way we want. Is that correct? Unrestricted funds. So at the next meeting in June, at our night meeting, I'm going to bring a proposal to the commissioners to move some of that unrestricted money to a line item for you, Jack, to use to help the people, residents of Owen County in case of emergency. There'll be some guidelines attached to it, of course, but I think you need some sort of resource that you can go to immediately, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're going to, I'm going to bring that recommendation at the next meeting so you can have access to those funds. If this, I think, Joe, me and you talked about this sometime back a little bit. And
Yeah, it's just long past due.
thank you. Because I know for a fact, been involved with Jack for many, many years, and he's took care of this county on needs. When I was sheriff, I called him need stuff. He was Johnny on the spot about a lot of things, but there's times that Jack needs to take care of a local resident in an emergency situation. He needs those funds to be able to take care of them because these are our people. And there's no reason for Jack to, you know, nothing against the process, but if you have to wait to come to the council and get approval or the commissioner, stuff like that, the need is right then. It's not, you know, 2 weeks later or 30 days later or something like that. So I'm going to bring that to you guys at our next meeting, and hopefully we'll get some approval on that and get you a fund set up, Jack, and you take care of business. Any questions? Yes.
Remarks. Jack and I, when I was sitting on the board of directors over at the QNOT Center, was involved with setting up the QNOT Center for that particular thing. And we involved the Red Cross at that time, which had moved from Terre Haute to Bloomington and left us off. There's a facility there that needs some attention. And I think the county needs to pay attention to what happens north of the Dixon line. North Valley County needs help.
Yep.
They need a sanctuary for that type of a situation. And it might be just a small storm, but someplace where half a dozen or a dozen families can crawl into. So Jack needs help.
Yes.
Setting that back up.
Yep.
And they have a new board of directors over there now. The facility is back open, so we need to pay attention to it.
I'd ask Jack to get involved with the board when you can. Meet with them, see what their needs are, what their concerns are, because I agree. You know, it's all of us responsibility to take care of each other. you know, and we need to do due diligence, so there's three commissioners up here to do everything we can to take care of our citizens in Owen County, whatever avenue it is. That's what we're here for, so I appreciate that.
And I think the county as a whole needs to set these locations up. Freedom's got places down there that they can facilitate, they just need some direction. There's a place up there by Mill Grove.
Yes,
It's a small facility, but it can handle probably a dozen families. But we need them around the county as an alert system for families that need sanctuary.
you know, I agree with you, because there's, it's not when the storm hits, or if the storm hits, it's when it's going to hit. And we've been very fortunate, and unfortunate too. We've had some serious circumstances here in Owen County that, and not gonna throw Red Cross under the bus, but I hope they're listening. I'll just chuck them under the bus.
Pay attention, we give them big dollars.
Well, I know that Jack had reached out, to them here a while back on an issue. Sometimes it just feels like Owen County has been neglected.
Stepchild.
And I do wanna, give a special thanks to, Governor Braun. I know he is working hard, on some issues to help, small counties like us in some different ways. So my hat's off to him. I appreciate him coming down during this, after the flood and going with us and stuff, but I think Jack's got a lot of potential, but he needs that support behind that, potential, and that means it's, you know, prayers and stuff like that for him, but he needs the finances that he's unhinged to take care of business. So we're gonna make sure that happens, Jack, or I hope it happens, so.
Well, to touch on what Ernie's talking about there with the Red Cross, they used to be pretty ready to set up a shelter in Owen County, you know, drop a hat. Then they downsized considerably, and their promise to me now is they will set up a shelter within an 8-county area.
8 counties.
Within an 8.
That's unacceptable.
If
Bringing in the migrants.
So that goes back, be with you in a second, sir, I appreciate it. That goes back to us being responsible for our own people in our own county.
the Owen County Co-Ed practices once a year to set up a shelter. June Taylor's at the helm.
Yes.
And she's set up a lot of shelters with the Red Cross. Very, very fortunate to have her. I have 100% confidence that the Owen County Co-Ed could set up a shelter in Cunot, Freedom, wherever needed. We do have cots of our own. And they've got intake paperwork ready, they've got it down. So
Oh, yeah.
we're ready for a shelter if something happens.
They have stepped up when I know the Red Cross would not. Yes, sir.
100 years ago, when government was a lot smaller, local churches did some of the things that you're discussing.
Yes.
You've got churches and ministers in all these areas, Cunot, Carp, Quincy, Freedom, that have buildings, resources. The county guys fund might be able to help them, but those doors can be opened with just a phone call. Maybe we look at organizing some of those people.
You know, that's a good point. The pastor of my own church and stuff like that, that makes a good point. The churches need to step up. We need to be ready and available to assist our citizens. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And what I'll do is I'll make some contact with some local pastors and preachers, and maybe we can have a meeting, bring them together and everybody, because that's a great idea.
My son-in-law is an assistant pastor at Cunot. They have
Yes.
a school and lots of facilities over there, and I can't speak for him, but I'm sure that church would open its doors. You have an election, they cancel school and our elections in that church. And
Right.
I just think churches would step up.
I think that,
Give an opportunity.
yeah, and I wrote that down. That is a good point. Thank you.
Would you mind giving us his contact information so we could call him? Sure. I mean, you'll have to do it right now, but after the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So we'll need the attorney to do a resolution to create a new fund that is specifically for just this, that will allow him, if people want to make donations, that they can. We also still have 4 dormant funds that have never been cleaned out. We were working on that list when Jim Wright was here. So I'm asking for permission to go through all of the funds that is on that schedule balance and anything that is dormant to possibly move those as well.
Are they under, I want you to go through all the funds anyway, are they under the commissioner's purview? If they're under the commissioner's purview, we have no reason to not take those dormant funds and go ahead and move those funds into this, and that's just my.
And they're unrestricted as well? They're under review?
For example, one of them is the Regional Sewer District Board. There's like $940-some in there, I
Yes.
think. It's been sitting idle for 5-6 years at least. It was on the original list when we got some. Jack, I believe, still has some of those that was redirected to him. So again, I'll go through and what we have in store or that can go toward it, and I'll make sure that we just have to give him a total dollar amount, and then we'll list where that comes from. But that gives him free access to use it, everything. We just, again, you wouldn't have to go to the council or commissioner as long as it's written in the resolution to do it. Obviously, they would want to be able to be tracked and, you know,
Sure,
report
yeah.
given, you know, if you had to use it, just your normal reports that you get, but other than that.
Well, I wouldn't have access to it without receipts and like that through the claim process.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned guidance or guidelines on this. Is that going to be a separate document, or is that going to be in the resolution?
I think it'd probably be in the resolution. And if you've got, I know you probably got some guidelines, stuff like that, stuff that you have in your head that you could put down on paper, and I suggest you get that to the attorney, let him look at that and see if it works. If he's got any questions, he can bring to the commissioners. But if he could have the resolution done for the next meeting, and you could have those funds brought to our attention, we could discuss those funds and stuff in the resolution at our next meeting to see if we can get the ball rolling here, because it needs to happen yesterday.
I think it's important, because when something goes, you don't have time to wait for a meeting, or you have it, take care of the people, and move on.
In the past, it's been set up where there'd be a pod, and the state would supply certain things, but I don't have any confidence that would happen. Maybe 15 years ago, but I don't think we need to depend on them.
Well, I think we got the confidence in you to get that done, and I know Joe's been adamant about this. He's talked to me about numerous times. It should have happened a long, long time ago, so let's make it happen now. We got 2 weeks to get the information together. You get with the attorney do the resolution, Sheila gets the numbers out to us, and I no doubt in my mind, we're gonna make a commitment to you in 2 weeks.
Very good, you got it.
Any other department heads or elected officials?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone sitting up there, because all of you guys, Attorney Sheila, everyone up there, you guys get so much thrown at you all day, every day, all hours of the day, all hours of the night. And I don't think people appreciate or realize that sometimes. You guys have so much on your plate, and you do so much for the county, and I just want to say thank you to all of you.
We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
On the heels of that, congratulations, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Anybody, public comment? Yes, Byron. Good to see you, buddy.
This is kind of a comment, I guess, but I'm going to be going to school here in just another few days, ITA school, Indiana.
Awesome.
Trustees Association meeting. I go to all of them. But the thing about it is, the state legislators have come up with this thing, they want a 30% cut into the general funds of the township trustees to be used towards road construction and highway development type things. The only fish hook they put in that mandate, which we'll be going to school about, is that they want capital improvements to be deducted from that amount of money done on a township basis. What this means in English is that there'll be townships in Owen County are suddenly faced with the fact that their general fund is going to be reduced to be used towards, assistance for people or, rainy day funds or whatever. So the responsibility for financial assistance to those particular people that have different forms of challenge, I think is going to get a lot tighter, just because of the state legislators and their infinite wisdom in what they're doing. So we have a situation here where the people in the townships that are challenged, one way or the other, and they're looking for assistance, not just from the churches and from the CAP offices and all the other different agencies and bureaus and departments, is going to be faced with reduced funds from the township trustees' point of view in the future. I haven't got hit with it real hard yet, but it's just like they were talking about the community center. Over the last 2.5 years, I've spent pretty close to almost $50,000 on trying to get that community center back to where it was usable.
Yep.
We're now at that state, between roofs and floors and water systems and black mold and walls that had to be tore out. It took quite a bit to get it up and running. And I do have a lease there with a new group, which I'll give you the names of, that you can contact to set up this program that you want to do for helping people out. It takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of time, and these are the problems that are going to be coming up with the township trustees in the future due to the current legislation.
I agree, sir. Any other public comment? We're gonna take a 10-minute recess. All right, call the meeting order. We're gonna get back at it, get out of here. Doug Dyer, would you like to go ahead and speak? You've been here all day and been just patient and stuff. Come on up and have a... You talking that mic best you can, buddy. Greg will listen real close.
Okay, is it true you're gonna pave the road from Freedom to Potter's Hill?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna hear something you've never heard before. Part of it don't need it.
Part of it don't need it.
From Freedom to New Hope Road, it needs it. From New Hope to Vilas Road, that's not that bad. I just drove it. I drive it almost every day, farming.
New Hope to Vilas.
Commissioners, I've actually spoken with David about that. It was not me that chose the roads that would be paved.
Well,
Former board commissioners.
Anyway, I'm saying that if you want to spend money wisely,
Okay.
which we need to do, that road don't need it.
From New Hope to Vilas.
New Hope Road to Vilas Road. From Freedom Road on down New Hope Road to New Hope. That's more traveled.
Yes.
And it's way worse. I remember when Freedom Road was paved from New Hope to Vilas. It wasn't that many years ago. There's not a hole in it.
It's in really good shape.
And
They keep driving.
there's way more roads needed worse than that.
Right, but you gotta understand that this board of commissioners sitting here did not pick that road. That was already
That's what we're saying.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm not complaining to you guys, I'm just saying.
How long is the good part? How far? Do we know that?
Couple mile,
How much?
2 mile maybe.
2 miles?
But I'm welcome for you guys to come down. I'll take you for a drive.
Commissioners, may I speak?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The one thing you won't be able to do is reallocate the money from that payment. You could give it back.
Yeah.
But that was done with a grant. I
Yes.
was directed to do that with a grant by the state. The last board of commissioners picked those roads. So we can get the money back if we choose not to pave that section of road. But
We can't reallocate.
we can't reallocate.
Well, then, go ahead and do it if it's too late, but
Yeah, I know.
I just see what I'm getting at, don't you?
I appreciate what you're saying.
He's absolutely right, and I absolutely agree with him about the road, about New Hope Road.
Okay, I got one other thing.
Yes, sir.
The bridge on Thompson Road.
Bridge on Thompson Road.
It's the road, second road east of New Hope. It's plugged up with trees. And there's a telephone pole just about washed out. And I'd like to take somebody over and show it to them.
Thompson Road?
Can you or Chad get with Doug and go to Thompson Road and get that checked out?
Because it's gonna do more damage
Yes.
if we don't get it taken care of. Okay, thanks.
Greg, you get with Doug and you guys get a meeting set up and we'll take a look at that. Okay, we're about to get wrapped up, almost, just about, not quite. Before we go to the highway, the commissioners, of course, we've been without a maintenance person for quite some time. Steve left, went to go work for Bristol Bean Blossom Schools. I want to thank Steve for all he did. He was a good maintenance guy. Just a top-notch, good-natured guy, and we wish him the best. So that we've had five applications. They've been interviewed. I've been a part of most of them. Sheila's been in the interviews. I did one phone interview. Dave and Sheila interviewed the last person. And I believe, Dave, that you have a recommendation?
Yes, sir, I'm gonna go with Curtis Porter.
Okay. And I'm going to second that. Matter of fact, I had Curtis pulled up as first here too. He did a real good interview, but you know what, interviews are just interviews. You just don't know how good anybody is till you get them on the job site, correct? Ladies back there, we know, everybody, we know that, don't we? So, you making a motion on that,
I'm
Dave?
making a motion for Curtis.
I second, we hired Curtis Porter as the new maintenance supervisor. And Norman, I'm sorry you wasn't here.
Yeah, I'll abstain just because I wasn't on the interviews, but
That abstaining thing, yeah.
that's
So
just
I
two,
understand.
that's just two today.
Yeah, so, the vote is 2-0 to hire Curtis Porter to the maintenance position. Mrs. Reeves, do you want us to contact him, or you gonna contact him and let him know, or how you wanna do it? Okay, thank you. Got that done.
I do welcome him, though.
Yes.
A good maintenance man worth his weight in gold.
Well, we need one. County Highway.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have my payroll deputy back here, and we need to clarify stuff, and we need the commissioners to say on what we can do. That's it.
So I've kind of talked to you guys,
No, here. Could you come up?
I'm coming up. Okay, so I've kind of spoke already with Greg, Linda, and Chad in regards to them coming alive onto AOD, so our clock-in system for payroll. There's 3 departments that aren't currently live, which is Highway, Sheriff, and EMS. They are hoping to start that on Monday with Highway. They've been practicing and everything's going really smoothly, so we're gonna go ahead and implement that. But one thing that we are kind of running into is the lunchtime. They get a 30-minute lunch due to them being out on roads and so forth. We've kind of discussed as a team, maybe it might be best to just go ahead and implement an automatic deduction of a 30-minute lunch after the employee has reached over 5.5 hours of the workday.
I don't have a problem with that. Do you have a problem with that?
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because right
And
now,
help
If they're,
internal
well, if they're
control.
out doing stuff, well, I understand they're not gonna run back and hit a time clock, so that makes sense.
yes, I think it's a good idea. I would ask you to do that.
I'm just trying to also help with internal controls, because I know that there's been trying to be some help with entering lunches, which has been really beneficial for me, but I'm trying to also protect her from internal control issues. So implementing this would also help not only them, but also help her with protection.
Did we do this at the sheriff's department, the EMS?
We have not put them live yet, so they're done a little bit different. They have a 30-minute lunch. EMS, their lunch is included in it, so they will have theirs taken out, same thing for sheriffs. So it's a little bit different for them as it is for the highway.
Now, I don't know what everybody else does, but my guys have been used to punching the clock. So for the last several months, we've actually been punching the old time clock and using the new AOD system. Just to take Benita out of the equation, we started yesterday just with that. I've been entering the lunches just so it wasn't somebody else doing that, but this would even take that. I don't know.
It just helps with internal
It takes probably, I'm a little slow with that bing, but probably 20 minutes to do that, so I think it would be beneficial.
This also helps so that way no one's manipulating or can say where they're manipulating someone else's time card. Just helps protect not only them, but us as well if we go ahead and have it implemented.
I think if we can automate the task, I see no problem with it.
I have no problem.
I'm good, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And 5.5 hours is good stuff?
Yes.
Perfect.
Awesome. What, you have more?
Nope, that was it for
Well,
me.
while I have her here, Commissioners, and I absolutely know that the former board was asked because for years, we've had a 2-hour call-in. If you work less than 2 hours, you still get 2 hours, but you don't just get 2 hours. So if you work 3 hours, you just get 3 hours. But that's been something that's been done at the Highway Department for many moons, long before I was there. That has never, as far as I know, been put in an ordinance or a resolution, whatever it needs to be. And the State Board of Accounts has asked us to do that time and time again, and I've made that request, so probably for this
And I
AOD,
had
we
seen
need
that.
to have that in place too.
So you're saying what, 2-hour call-in or?
Right, if they get called in, and in general, they just, you know, if it takes them an hour and a half to do their tree work, they've just gotten 2 hours.
So 2-hour minimum for a call.
2-hour minimum. Now, if you work 3 hours,
You get 3 hours.
you get 3 hours, you're not getting 5. It's just a 2-hour minimum. But if we're going to continue to do this, especially with this new time system, I've asked before, I would like that in resolution or ordinance, whatever Sheila needs to be, so there's never a question again about it.
What do we need, Sheila?
Ordinance,
An ordinance?
it's on a list.
So we need a motion for this?
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
I don't see it, I mean, on any call, anytime you get called, time you go to the job, check it out and stuff like that, you're gonna have hour and a half, 2 hours in it anyway, you know what I'm saying? That's my opinion, it ain't gonna be like it's 15 minutes,
No.
it never works that way, so, go ahead, Norm.
I made the motion, I'm just waiting for a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
3-0.
Thank you, Commissioners. You've just been cleaned up something that's been needed for years. Thank you.
You're very
Very
welcome.
much.
Thank you.
And Benita is doing an excellent job on payroll.
Is she?
She was really picked up on the system and she's come a long way in a short amount of time.
Awesome, that's good news.
Commissioners, our CCMG has been submitted with contract and signatures. So that's taken care of in regard to the insurance liability update that has been, Sheila sent out this week. We have that completed. I just don't know if there's a specific template to put that on, but that is completed. And if there's a template, I'll put it in it, or we'll make some kind of an Excel sheet, put it on it, and get it to you, whatever's needed.
Are you talking crossing grant?
No, I'm actually talking about, I've got the crossing grant submitted already. What I'm talking about is what we need for Liberty Mutual now. And the update for the applications.
I just need you to go through the list and whatever is yours.
Okay, well, we have that complete, so I'll just put that in. Gentlemen, the annual operations report that is, needs to be submitted to LTAP. Benita just coming aboard and we were becoming aware of things. I spoke with Pat Connor at LTAP and he gave us till after this meeting because I also needed commissioners' signatures. That is complete. It was emailed to all of you, but if you don't have a copy, there's a copy for everyone. Those numbers come straight from Lau. Gentlemen, Chad and I worked with Benita, Sheila, and Beth, and already sent Pat a copy just to take a look at. I think it's a good, clean document and probably, I think she did an excellent job with what she did.
So when does this have to be turned in by?
I would like to turn it in tomorrow.
What's their deadline? Do they have a deadline?
It had a deadline June 1st, but I asked for an extension and got it until after your meeting. I can give him a call and probably get a little extra. They're not hard to work with, it's just,
Is there, I know you've looked at this and you went over the numbers. It's a lot to take in, you know what I'm saying?
yes, sir.
So I guess for me, is there, this is something that has to be signed today and get turned in tomorrow, or is this something that, as a board, we can look over and, there's a lot in here, you know?
Absolutely, sir, I know.
Is this something we can look over and,
Did they give you an extension deadline?
yeah, there-
Well, until after this meeting, because that's what I asked for. I could probably ask for longer.
In the process of getting this done, 2022's report was the only one that was available. Craig and then found a copy of it, State Board of Accounts emailed me a copy of it. 23 and 24 was not done. This one is due for 24. But they had, 22's was for 21, so there was 2 years that was not done. My question to State Board of Accounts is, you have to do an annual report every year, it's due by the last day in February. That same information in that report, I have to put in my annual report
Yes.
as well. I don't understand why they're asking for it twice, I don't know if it's just their checks and balances. But those, like Greg said, those numbers are straight from Lyle, which is exactly what I had to use for my annual report.
does the State Board of Accounts not have the reports for the last 2 years? They don't have them? There was no reports.
We actually, Kelly did a report last year, and it was turned in according to Deltap.
So it just didn't-
Now, I don't know why State Board of Accounts, but it was turned in Deltap.
Okay. So you have a number, you can contact this person?
Yes.
Let's go ahead with your other business, Greg. Then I'm gonna have you step out and contact him and see, I wanna see what the deadline is for this. I'd like to be able to review it in better detail.
Sure.
In case they got any questions, like for the commissioners, especially for Norm coming on as well to look at it, and we need to go over some of the numbers with Sheila to see what the hard deadline is. So if you can find that out before we leave this meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioners, I'm just gonna have Chad hand you a current phone list and employee roster at the Highway Department. You will notice that list will indicate what driver's license that individual has. The reason that's just on there, I know it by heart in general, but when you pick that phone up and you need a piece of machinery somewhere, you need to know who can get what, where, and when. So just thought you ought to have that.
Okay, thank you.
CCMG prep started. This rain is not going to help us at all. We took the graders out to Kelly Road and Pleasant View. We burned and cut the original ditch line with the grader. Now what we'll do, we'll go in with the excavator and we'll do the ditch work and start putting the driveway and agricultural culverts in.
Okay.
Rain didn't help us, so as it dries out, then we'll get started.
Till next week.
On that, maybe when, it looks like maybe Wednesday if the weather holds off. There's a few misnomers out here, commissioners, and I think you addressed it in the meeting to start with, but I want to make it perfectly clear. We are working every day.
I know that, Greg.
Run graders. We are trying to be sparingly, but we are patching holes, we are trimming brush, and we are working on these ditches. Rumors are wrong. We are working every day. So I want to make that clear. Yes, we are watching our materials, but if I need something, I go to David and I talk to him about it, and it's all been worked out. So we need to be clear. The highway department's not shut down. We are working.
Right.
Did we get Porter Ridge Road trimmed up, cleaned
We're
up?
still working on it.
Still working on it?
There's a mow trim on it today.
Okay.
Mow trim is a slow machine.
Oh, yeah, I
But
know.
it does work, but he's out there today. Just because it's raining, the mowers are still working.
All right.
On Monday, Chad and Jeremiah Hutchinson will be attending phaser training. Phaser is a rating system that we use to grade our roads. It's always been something where you do it visually, record that information, and turn it in. It's required to be done every 2 years by NDOT. The rules have changed a
They
lot.
have changed, yes.
So Chad and Jeremiah will be attending on Monday in Terre Haute. Myself, Kevin, and Benita will be attending in Huntingburg on Wednesday of next week. The reason Benita's gonna go is just a lot of different data entry things, so take her so she understands it also. I will say there's a lot of new technology. I'm sure you saw it at commissioner training that it takes human error out, but that technology is expensive. But there's a lot of AI that you can just mount in your truck and drive, and that information is collected.
Now, we're gonna have people there to answer the phones and stuff when.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's the reason we split it up.
Okay, all right.
That's the reason we split it. Chad, you have anything? Okay. Gentlemen, as requested, we met with Owen County tree trimmers and asked them to go out and look at the community crossing roads that we were going to try to get paved this year. Picked an alternate fourth road just in case. I asked those individuals to bid each road themselves and explained it needed to be from right of way to right of way and need to be able to look up and be clear as the sunshine to hit the road. One thing that we didn't know at the time that I learned this week, and you all have learned via email, that UDWI is contracted with Hoosier Heritage, and they are going to do Pleasant View Road.
That's great.
And I had first said 90% of the road, and gentlemen, I think if we work with them, we may not even have to worry about any of that road. So that is a blessing and a huge savings.
Sure. Do we have cost from the tree trimming?
No, they're all gentlemen.
Yeah,
They were all
I didn't
handed to
see,
me.
okay.
All
Now,
handed to me sealed.
Were they okay as far as working together if need be?
Everybody that was put out there, and yes, I mean, I think they all want to work themselves, but they will do whatever they need to do.
So if we got to start them at one end, somebody starts at the other end, they can meet happily in the middle and have lunch? If the road is a big road, a lot of work and stuff like that, are we just going to, they're all Owen County businesses, correct?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm all about, and Joe's not here, but everybody, we're about using Owen County people to do our work. That's all there is to it, but we have a lot of work to do. So, I mean, we haven't looked at the cost yet.
I have no idea. I'm afraid it's going to be extremely, extremely expensive.
That's good. You're getting ready to open them up. Look at them.
Sure.
Was it bid by road or by,
We had them do it by the road.
by road? So probably they're not going to start on opposite ends of a road they didn't bid on, right?
That's true.
Okay, I mean, I'm just asking.
But we did ask.
We ask them to work together in case they need help from another
Right.
outfit to work them together. Because, I know everybody wants every road to do it all themselves. It's not going to work that way because we have too many roads to do.
Right.
So if Johnny comes in at $100 to do this road and Mark comes in at $125 to do another road, I mean, until we open up and see them, with all the tree trimming and work we got to do in these county roads, especially we got to start with CM&G roads first. We may have to utilize all the tree people to get the roads done because it is not only gonna be these roads that's gotta be done. I've made it perfectly clear to the people in the public, we're not blacktopping any roads until we get the ditches covered and trees trimmed. We can't, we're just wasting money. But we can open up, the attorney can open up the packets and see what we got, then we can go from there. If you wanna do that, yep. Yes, sir, might as well do it.
This is the bid from Alpro Tree and Land Service. For tree trimming and removal, $167,422.
Can you say that again a little louder, but I got it.
$4.67.
Well, he's got it broken up. Total is $175,812.55.
And did he have a list of roads on there that included?
There is not a list of roads. It says what he's gonna do.
They were taken to, 4 roads. Anderson Road, Freedom Road in its entirety, high schools, and we had them include High School Street and, Freedom and Kelly Road. And Pleasant View. So, let me write that down. Pleasant View, Kelly, Freedom.
The second one is Truax Family Tree Service. I'm not sure how to read this one. You want to take a look at this? This just doesn't quite make sense to me. I'm just not sure how he broke it up.
He broke it down per road.
May I read it? Because I just understand, or what he's done here is he's broken this down. For example, Kelly Road, and the price out decides what he wants to do Kelly Road, and Pleasant View, the price is what he wants to do Pleasant View.
So he's doing that per road. Okay,
road.
yeah, I can read that.
Did he give a total there at all?
Well, here. For Kelly Road, it's $85,000. Pleasant View Road, $135,000. Freedom Road, $200,000. High School Street, $15,000. Anderson Road, $150,000.
What was the last one?
What was Freedom? What was Freedom? High School Road and Freedom. High School.
Yeah, and then Anderson's
I don't,
$150,000.
I didn't hear the High School Road one.
The last road down there, Anderson.
Anderson, 150. Freedom was 200,000, but what was the High School Road? 15,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one is Alan Collier.
Kelly Road from Highway 246 to Denmark Road, 50,000. Freedom Road in its entirety, 150,000. Pleasant View Road from Highway 246 to Orman Road, 50,000. High School Street in Freedom, from Freedom Arnie to Spring Street, 50,000. And then he said Anderson Road, if time allows, 20,000.
How much?
20. Yeah, those again.
No, we got one for 20,000 due Anderson Road, and then we got one for $150,000 due Anderson Road.
Were they given a written description of exactly what the job was?
I think Gray told them when they all met together.
They were, we met with each and every one of them, and Chad and I went through it, and the actual secretary there took notes, had information of all questions that were asked.
The last one is from Guardian Specialty Excavation Services. Okay, for Pleasant View Road, $74,040. Kelly Road, $30,292.50. High School Street, $14,197.50. Freedom Road, $340,649. Anderson Road, $139,450.
Can you say that again, that price on that one?
$139,450. That was for Anderson Road.
Okay, gentlemen, all these, we can immediately take Pleasant View Road off because the power company is going to do it.
Pleasant View, take on off.
Yes. Gentlemen, I would suggest that we take High School Street off in Freedom. Owen County Highway Department can manage to get that one done.
High school?
High school, you agree, Chad?
Is our bucket truck gonna be, it'll work? Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay to ask, since all pros here, to elaborate on what he bid, since he's got one number and everybody else bid by road?
Yes, he here?
He's sitting right there.
Where?
So I've actually got, I only did 2 roads because we do logging as well. I don't have time to put a bid on all of them. I do Freedom and Payroll, and that's the total cost combined. If you read the estimate further, you'll see each individual cost. Freedom Road was $167,000, something like that, but it's on the
What was the other one you bid?
Payroll over there in Freedom.
It'd be the high school.
Does that be the high school street?
Okay, got you. Okay.
So Freedom Road, 167,000.
Yeah, well, it's on the estimate.
And sir, what was your company again?
All pro,
All
tree
Pro.
land service.
Okay.
Okay, I see. So he just bid 2 roads.
Yes.
Gentlemen, our biggest challenge, and it doesn't surprise me in regard to Freedom Road, but Freedom Road is a huge challenge in regard to any tree trimming. I'm sure you've been down it, but we do not have the equipment to reach as high as it needs to be. You need to go in there.
We can only go about 40 foot, right?
Well, we have a 40-foot
35
boom,
safely.
but basically 35 feet safely. I don't let anybody cut standing trees but Chad, Kevin, and myself, but I mean, unless they're just small, just for safety's sake, but, Freedom Road has some, monster trees, tree limbs as big around as I am hanging out over the road, so that is the huge challenge here.
Okay.
So I understand better now, based on what he told me, for All Pro Tree, it'd be $167,452, and that's just for Freedom Road. And then Pearl Street is $8,360.55.
Greg, I'll just ask the question because I don't know the answer. All these companies understand how to route traffic while doing this
Yes,
kind of
they
work?
are, yes,
Okay.
they do. We will provide any signage that they need, but they have to take care of the traffic.
Okay.
Commissioners and I, and Chad, you're sitting right here, so speak now. We may have to go back to the drawing board, I understand, but I would, the task that you need us to do, I had priced all of these roads because they were CCMG roads and they need to be done. Freedom Road, we do not have the capability.
No.
Anderson Road, we do not have the capability. We wouldn't have had the capability to do Pleasant View, but the power company is going to do it. Quite frankly, I believe we could do Kelly Road also.
We just keep knocking them off, we just, no.
Well, I can't
understand.
the others, and I know
Yeah.
we have a big task, and we have a lot of work in front of us, but this is
Yes.
a lot of money, and I have to figure out how to save it. So, that's the reason I'm suggesting that we do that. If I need to save the money, we can make those roads.
So you're saying take Kelly off as well? And you guys would do it in-house?
But,
Are you gonna have time to get it done?
Yeah, that's-
Because I know we're short out there.
The time is the capability of doing those roads, gentlemen, the ones I just said you could take off, we have the capability. Time could be a crunch.
I know we're shorthanded and I know we
Time
got a
could,
lot to do.
there's where the crunch could be. Time could be there. High School Street, no problem. I will handle it for sure.
so definitely you can do High School Street.
Absolutely.
I just don't wanna get us in the crunch where we
I don't
don't have
either.
that.
Well, I'm just telling you, I know we need to save money.
Right.
Time is the problem though.
But time
Time
costs
is
us,
the
time costs
issue.
us money too, you know what I'm
Time is
saying?
the issue.
If we
Yes.
don't get it done, so.
So,
We have a
if
hard
we
deadline
just
on
took,
that.
high school off and we could figure out how to fund the rest of it, that would be great if we don't have to make a cut anywhere.
Is there any way to go back to these these companies, and we have a bid on one road from 150,000 all the way up to 340.
Well, we have one bid for Anderson Road, if I'm correct, from Collier, is $20,000. Then we have another bid for $139,450 and another one for $150,000. Something's wrong somewhere. I mean,
It's an anomaly for sure.
They're pretty split difference here. That's a big difference.
I mean, there's,
It was explained to everyone
okay.
in the same manner. I don't wanna speak out of turn, and I don't intend to insult anyone, but I think you take these different companies and the equipment and the employees and the different things they have, and they build their hours. I mean, we have a gentleman sitting in here, but I think people just build their hours differently.
Yeah, I understand totally. So
It's like taking, fine dozer work, and you probably anywhere from $100 an hour to 500, depending on who's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with residential jobs. A homeowner will come out and get 4 estimates on a tree in their front yard.
yeah,
One guy will be $3,000, one guy will be $2,500, and one guy will be $1,000. You sit there with that $2,000 difference, you're thinking, what happened? So, yeah, it's just the amount of work that you see, what you know you can do it for, and what equipment you have to get in there. I mean, for Freedom Road, for example, the trees, like he's saying, the trees, everything is over that road almost all the way down. And you're wanting this thing cut back to where you can see the sky on each side like
Yes,
that. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of work.
oh, I agree. Freedom Road is a mess, but it doesn't do us no good if the sun's not on the road helping. It's a big deterrent,
Right.
and we want to do it right. So, Sheila, you're a whole lot smarter than I am. So if we take this under advisement, can we have another meeting in a few days to give us a chance to study this just for a few days?
I need a chance to look at it.
Yeah, I think.
I would like to get a copy of the bids, if I could.
Yeah, sure.
So is this something that we can wait? I hate waiting 2 weeks, but I think we need to figure out what we can do with the money that we have.
Yes.
And Freedom Road and Anderson Road, these roads are a mess.
They are.
They're an absolute mess. So, in the next meeting we have, does it have to be, does it have to be?
Call a special meeting, and you have to post 48 hours notice, and send notice to the paper. That's all you have to do. And you just post it out here.
So when can that be? Because,
48 hours. Monday.
I just want to get his time to study this, Greg, and you ask me questions too.
No, I do.
'cause
I do too.
we have to, go ahead.
I was just saying, what kind of money do we have available for?
We need to get with Sheila on that to find out the numbers.
0?
Well, we have some money available. We've got to do this right,
Right.
or we just simply not gonna do the roads. And so we need to figure out exactly how much money we have to spend on the tree trimming. We can have that, I'm sure we can get that information here before too long. And so do you wanna have could we do, well, this is not July, is it? This is June. Could we do a meeting, June 10th? It would have to be like at 6 p.m. Dave, but you're, what, I don't know what time you can get here, 6:30? It shouldn't take long, we'll have our numbers by then. And this will be the only thing that we discuss. I can't make a decision right now till we all sit and talk and go over these numbers, figure out exactly how much money we got to spend on the tree trimming and what we need to attack first. It's Freedom Road and Anderson Road, I guarantee you. That's just two big roads that's got to be done. So what is your schedule and time frame, commissioners?
I'm good anytime through the week after 6 o'clock.
Same here.
Let's do Tuesday the 10th.
Sheila will be out.
No?
Sheila will be out.
She doesn't have to be here. We just have to have the numbers by then. And that, we have most of the numbers right here anyway.
Yes.
We've got the budget numbers, what we have in our funds. We just need to decide which ones we're gonna do and how much we got to spend on that, correct? I know you wanna be here, but sorry, you're gonna be on vacation. You're not allowed to show up to the meeting.
I second that.
June 10th.
At what time, Sam?
Let's do 6:30. I give Dave a chance to waddle through the traffic.
Because I think we're going to give some of these guys a call, because from 150,000 on Anderson Road to 20,000, that's a huge difference. And maybe that was a type error, I don't know.
But then again, you got, I mean,
I think the gentleman back here from All-Pro answered our question.
Yeah, but from 150.
it's already been spelled out. They turned in what they turned in, and that's it.
Right.
You know, whether it's $20,000 or $200,000, they turned in what they turned in. But we also have to be realistic about things too. You know, what are we gonna get for 20,000? What are you getting for 200,000? We gotta find that out. So, we're gonna have to make some phone calls and see exactly what we're getting. Does that make sense? I mean, you're a tree trimming guy.
Oh, yeah.
It makes sense. We need to see what we're getting for our money in its entirety. Instead of just picking somebody and say, yeah, you go ahead and do this. What are we getting? We need to know that. And I say and Greg, you can't shorten yourself on the roads that you say you can do, because time is of the essence. But we know Pleasant View is out and High School Road is out.
Yes, the rest I would ask you to.
All right, well, okay. Is that gonna give us enough time, guys, to June 10th, or you guys want more time? I don't wanna.
Well, we need to get it started, Sam, but I mean, we also have to have time to look at these numbers.
Well, let's move it back. I mean, is 2 weeks gonna kill us if we just come back to the next commissioners meeting?
I think just dropping these Pleasant View off, I don't know that it will. I really don't. I think we'll be all right for next commissioners meeting.
No, let's just do next.
Let's do it next meeting then.
That'll give us 2 weeks and we'll find out exactly how much money we got. Sorry, Gary, sorry.
No, that's fine.
That'd be easier for us and for you than, Sheila, you get to come back to that meeting.
May I step out and make that phone call?
Yes, you sure can. You got anything else?
I
Yes.
don't. Oh, I do. Gentlemen, I left with you last meeting, the SoftWorks contract to look over. It's a maintenance agreement. In the last meeting, I don't know if you've all had a chance to look at it, but we own the software. This is just an agreement if we need to have them come do, something. It includes some things which I thought was, pretty slim, but it's, and I don't know if you've seen this, Norm, but it's, show that to Norm, it's computer stuff. We can still operate without signing this agreement. I mean, we own the software, it's just an agreement that we've had every year. It wouldn't kill us if you want Norman to look at it and do it again in 2 weeks, because I haven't had to call them forever, and it kind of depends upon the individual that is in the position that is using the software. Benita has a good handle on it, so
The county does own the software,
But
correct?
we own the software, so I don't know that it would hurt. They wanted it before now, but it's ours, so we could sign the agreement anytime we want to.
For me personally, I'm glad Norm's here because he's an IT guy and he probably could understand some of that, but I make a motion to table till the next meeting, till Norm gets his eyes on that.
I'll second
And
that.
see what
Can I
he
keep
thinks
this?
about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you say you haven't called them in forever for maintenance?
No.
Have they been doing regular updates or anything under this maintenance agreement that you know of? Updated the version or anything?
What I will tell you right now, most departments in the state, there may be a few new are using an old system called Charts, or they're using SoftWorks. It's what the county highway departments are using. I know there's some, like WTH, they're trying, who we use and other things, they're trying to get into the county highway departments in their work. And if I make somebody angry, I really don't care on this. I think it's an antiquated system, and there isn't any updates at this point. I think, it's just getting to the point where it might be time to move on. Maybe not, not tomorrow, but it may be getting close to that time.
I don't think we're in any hurry for it.
No. That's kind of the reason I asked you to table it the last time. I think we're still
Yeah,
there.
let's table it this time too. If you could go out and make that phone call about this, so we'll know what we're gonna do here.
2 weeks then.
Yes.
Come on up, bud, talk to us about the bridge.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all right, bud, you're all right.
Let
He's
me,
always here wanting something.
This,
Sorry, did you vote on the tabling?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Yeah, but did you call the vote?
We need to vote.
Go. What are we voting on now?
Table
on that.
This, that what you just had there, the
Yeah, the
software?
SoftWorks.
You made the motion.
I don't know why we had motion and everything, just take, but I guess make a motion to table the software, whatever it is.
SoftWorks.
SoftWorks for the county highway until the next meeting. All in favor? There you go.
gentlemen, this is Braden Downey, correct?
Yep.
I'm horrible on names. I butcher his name all the time. I think y'all met him at Commissioners Conference. As you know, the Highway Department and the Board of Commissioners have been trying to come up with a solution on Bridge 14, the historic bridge up on Tower Road, for a long period of time.
Yes.
United Consulted at one time put a plan together. This gentleman and his colleague came and spoke with us. At this point in time, gentlemen, it may be something that we have to do in 26, but he has put together a presentation, and he brought it to us in February, and I think it's fair that he gets to talk to us about that bridge. The bridge is open at this point in time, but has a 3-ton limit, and it has a height of I believe 6'6", just enough to get an automobile through it, and it has restrictions. This bridge either has to be refurbed, or there has to be a bridge built beside it. He could probably explain better, but it is on the historic, National Historic list. Why ever we signed an agreement, but we did, it can't be torn down. I mean, we could, if we build a bridge beside it, we could leave it be, or it could be rehabilitated, but basically it is a truss bridge. It has 2 different types, which makes it unique, and there we are. I think I'll let him give his presentation, but you know, we've worked together and we've talked through this. I think it's viable. We would just have to know how to pay for it when it comes along. The former board had some different ideas on what they thought and how it should be done, but, at this point in time, maybe throw a curb at him, but I think it may have to be done via federal grant at some point in time.
Yes.
And he's going to agree with me there, but I don't know how we're going to build a bridge of this stature in Owen County and come up with the money. So
Is this the one that the council set aside?
$100,000.
5-year plan? for
it is, the council
500,000?
actually has set aside to put the
So
money.
100,000 rolled over from last year, you got this year's 100,000 is sitting there that won't be used due to the budget issues. So there's, again, I know it was 500,000, so that'll carry forward each year until you have the 500,000, but depending on the total cost and where they're at.
Okay, so
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll
okay.
let you go ahead and do your spiel. Greg, go make that phone call if you would, please.
I will.
Yep.
And you
Step
can,
out. Hey, thank you, and I'll be right back in.
Thank you.
you can give us the ins and outs on this so we can, address the situation.
Yep, definitely. So as Greg mentioned, I'm Braden Downing with BF&S. So this agreement is set up for Bridge 14. This is over Mill Creek. So we did this the way Greg wanted to see it. This is broke down in stages. So whenever you guys look back at this agreement, you'll see one number. It's $205,100 is the total cost, but it's broke down in stages. So for instance, if we were to go into this agreement now, you would approximately pay $80,000 to $100,000 this year. That way you're not stuck with that entire bill in one go, if that makes sense. And we're only gonna bill you for what we do. So we go to stage one, we're only billing for that, and then you guys give us the green light to keep going. And then as Greg mentioned, this bridge is historically select. There are 2 different truss types, and then there's some limestone abutments.
Yes.
All of that is what makes it historically select, and that's why you'd have to go ahead with the federal money. So that would be an 80-20 split, approximately. Is that what you're usually used to seeing, Sheila?
They just set aside the funds, so unless it's in the contract, that's that way, it's however the contract is written. And I
Okay.
believe Tony has reviewed the contract already.
Yes, yes, he did.
Yeah.
Also, this is set up to do an HBAA agreement. So that will identify whether you need to rehabilitate it or reconstruct it. It'll show costs affiliated with that, and that's how you'll make that determination, is with that report.
Right. So what's your thoughts on, there's 2 thoughts. We either build a new bridge beside it or rehabilitate.
To me, at the time when we met with Greg back in February, it was rebuild it. Would be easiest.
Build a
'Cause
new
if you
bridge.
if you keep rehabilitating it, you're just putting it off longer and longer. But let's wait for sure till if we do this, till we
Yes.
see that HBAA, and that truly says that.
So with the old bridge, the historical bridge, we just close it then and
Correct.
just,
Go on beside it.
thanks, sir. And,
Yep, the new one will just kind of route around. I believe it's the east side of it. Does that sound right?
yes,
Because it's a north-south bridge.
So that survey work's already been done, where the new one would go if we build one next to it?
Not entirely. We just have an idea of what's best, based off the looks of it, would be the east side of it.
So they'd still need to look for pillar locations, make sure they're
Correct.
appropriate for that kind of, okay.
Correct, and that would all fall into this agreement. So this agreement is not for construction, let me say that. This is just strictly design of the bridge.
okay. Thoughts, sir? You don't have no thoughts on it?
I have no thoughts on this.
So your proposal is just to design the replacement bridge, you won't be building any bridge
Correct.
yourself, right?
Correct. That's when it would go out to bid, and you'd see in here, I'll bring this up after, but you'll see where we'll do the bid documents for you whenever it goes to construction. So that's something that's in here.
And who does the paperwork for the 80-20 federal money?
that would be up to what you guys want, if you guys wanna pursue it yourselves, or if you want us to do it. That, I did flip through this and I didn't see that in here.
So it's not included in the cost you're
Correct.
gonna give us today?
Correct.
If it's okay with you, and I don't like delaying anything because we've, been through this, but with Norm being new, I want him to have some eyes on this as well. But we gotta make a decision because we gotta do something. I mean, we're having issues up there anyway, so, without hurting your feelings.
No, that's fine with me.
We will, table this till our next meeting.
Okay.
That way Norm will have eyes on it, you get a chance to read it and get your input on stuff like that, then we'll make a decision.
Do you have a copy of that? You can.
I do have this copy, and I can leave this with
Do
you.
you already have a copy?
They have copies. I had to text it to Dave.
Yeah.
So Dave, if you go back to your text, it's in there. That was back when your email was all wonky, so.
Yeah, we got wonky stuff, so, yeah. You got a copy of it, sir? Did you
I've
get
looked at it.
You looked at it?
Yeah, I don't know if I brought it back or not, but I've reviewed it.
What's your thoughts on the review? Everything good?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean, can you leave that copy with me?
Yes, I will leave this.
Okay.
let him look at
Now, just
that.
keep in mind when you look at this, his name's not correct, because this was clear back in April.
What's that?
I said, keep in mind when you look at this, your name's not on it.
Oh, that's
This was
fine.
clear back in April, so.
Yeah, I ain't
We
worried
don't care
about
about
that.
it, yeah, so, if you leave that with him, give him the 2 weeks, to look it over, the county attorney's looked it over, he's good with everything, I've looked it over, I know, I'm ready to move on, but I'd like for Norm to have the time to look at it, and just appreciation for him, thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you all.
Hi, Diane.
Thank
All
you.
right, you got anything?
Appreciate it.
Thank you both.
Nice meeting
Thank
you.
you.
Well, you sat here all day, and I said a word.
Well, I do have something.
Yes.
You tried to give me 2 keys after the water leak, and I said only one of them was mine. The other one belongs to the storage room.
Oh.
So if you still have that.
I do, and
That
you
one
know-
you thought you might forget about.
And, and my wife asked me about that, where's this key go to? And I'm like,
Got a map that's got all the
clueless.
bridge locations and the numbers.
I know exactly, it's at home, I'll bring it to you, okay? Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Sorry. Anybody, Joe, you got anything, buddy? You've been here 3 hours and we're gonna leave here as soon as Greg gets back.
Mention the holiday policy.
Oh, yeah, we gotta mention.
Okay, commissioners, I did make contact, but I wasn't able to talk to Pat straight up, but I did talk to Jennifer in the office and told her I was requesting that you have till your next meeting. I don't think that's gonna be a problem, but I didn't get to talk to him straight up.
Well, we're gonna table this till our next meeting. Now, if you get a phone call back and they're saying, no, we have to have it such, you contact us and say, no, the deadline is gonna be this, and may have to call emergency
Well-
meeting or whatever.
What I am going to do though, and suggestion was just go ahead and send an unsigned copy so they have that. But then you'll still review it, so that's what I'm gonna do.
No, I'm fine with that. It's unsigned, it ain't gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's not. They
It
just
don't-
have-
It don't bind us or anything.
No, that is correct.
I'm
It
fine.
doesn't, they'll have an unsigned copy, so
I'm fine.
I'll go ahead and send that to them.
Yep, I'm good with that. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Oh, hello, Pat.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
Okay. I wanted to check and see, there was some discussion when Commissioner Burton was on board about NDOT repairing or being responsible for the repair of Lingle Road after the detour. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I didn't know, if NDOT was, I know the scope of what they said was going to be done, but I don't know if it's the county doing it or NDOT actually doing the work or just, repaying the county. So the scope, as I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, the scope was to pave Lingle Road from the highway to either the county line, which is across Drunkard's Pike, or taking in Drunkard's Pike as being paved also. That kind of came through Chad. You had mentioned it in the meeting, and I didn't understand what you'd said, and I asked Chad out in the hallway, and that's what he thought you were saying. So my point here is, you know, the part of Lingle Road that's already paved doesn't need to be paved again. It's got some potholes in it, you know, it's been damaged, but it can be fixed. So that goes all the way down to the 9-ton bridge, where you've been, you've seen it.
Yes.
If the scope of that was actually to also pave, you know, the floodplain down going up towards Thomas Farms, then I would recommend that they don't pave it. I mean, it's been gravel for a long time. It was old Highway 67. But that floodplain, you know, that's 5 foot deep water. So, and it stands for a long time on that big road. I know you have to gravel that occasionally, but I don't know that that road would stand the, you know, the floods that we're getting today. You know, so if that doesn't need to be paved, and if NDOT was gonna pave it anyway and pay for it, you know, that's still taxpayer money. If they're gonna do, so if they can get up past Thomas Farms, you know, up around the curve, that is all torn up. That and Drunkard's Pike, then, you know, I think that that's all that they need to do. So, I don't know who's talking to NDOT, if that's still an open conversation. Burton kind of implied.
Well, that, I can tell you, and maybe, I can, or Commissioner Riss could reach out to former Commissioner Burton. That was a conversation that, he would have had. Yeah, that is, what I can tell you is, I have no direct contact personally like I have with Little Flock Road on NDOT repaving.
Well, that's why I'm here.
On NDOT repaving that road, not personally. It was, that road was not an unofficial detour.
That's right.
The unofficial detour was,
Coros.
yes, that is correct, that come around. That is the reason that we, at the highway department, put the concrete barriers and things to try to keep people from going around it and put them narrow enough to keep the trucks from traveling through there. But in regard to paving, Lingle Road, yes, it was discussed, in regard to NDOT. That is not an agreement that was ever with the highway department. I could try to start some kind of conversation in regard to that, but it was not an unofficial detour, so as the highway superintendent, gentlemen, I don't see that occurring. Maybe they say it, but I don't see it occurring.
But I never heard anything from Gary Burton about that. Matter of fact, this is the first I've heard of it right now.
Well, and that's why I wanted to make sure you're both involved here.
Well, we can give him a call.
Burton, excuse me, but Commissioner Burton had evidently worked on another road, and I know that Greg was involved in this one, that NDOT ended up paying for or either doing the work one or the other.
That is correct. They did that for Little Flock Road. But I do not know in regard to Lingle Road at all, because I did my best to keep that heavy traffic off of that road.
Yeah, I know.
So,
This was post-opening 67. You know, once it was opened up and so on, that's when Commissioner Burton was saying that he was having that same discussion with them.
And he may have, but I can't swear to that.
Yeah, I was hoping that you were involved in it, and that's why I wanted to.
I've not had a discussion with NDOT.
We can give a call to NDOT and just see. We can talk to them, but as far as I know, I didn't know anything about this.
What I will do, gentlemen, is I'll reach out to Jim Stark, who is over the district and is heavily involved with Little Flock Road, and see if he has any information in regard to that.
That sound good, Pat?
He may not have been having that discussion, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought you said he had a conversation. I was like, I didn't know anything.
He said he did.
Yeah,
He said
I mean,
he was working.
we need to verify, yeah, let's verify that. You don't call Jim, just call Jim and verify whether that conversation even ever took place.
And I can look back through my notes and give you dates of the
Yeah,
meetings when he
did.
made those comments.
We talked about it.
But we just need to make sure that the conversation was had, though. it could have been talked about in a meeting, doesn't mean that the conversation.
Right, right.
We just need to just double check with that, not saying,
Find out.
yeah, so, good deal.
I'll have an answer for you.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh, I know, but I'll have an answer for you.
Conversations going on. It is.
Thanks, Pat.
Yes.
We'll look into it, but.
Like I say, if the scope of it was to do everything that Commissioner Burton was saying was, possibly could be done, then that's way more involvement than there needs to be, in my opinion.
I agree. We'll need to find, let's find out that conversation. Yes, Diane?
I do have a question on Rocky Hill Road. I'm noticing spray paint around all the potholes. Is that the highway department or is that somebody else spraying?
We do not paint the holes.
It's not.
Okay, this, I can tell you, this comes from somebody in the Facebook
Okay.
warrior land where they think that they grab a spray paint can and that'll draw attention to it and we'll fix it right away.
Okay.
That's what that came
We
from.
started really noticing all these circles on everything. We didn't know if that was the highway department or.
No, that's not the highway department.
There is a large pothole just north of Clark Road. I towed a vehicle from there the other day, and a 550 dump truck that bent this rim and blew the tire off from one of the choke holes there.
And what road was that on again?
It's Rocky Hill, but it's, I'm sorry, just south of.
Clark Road.
South of Clark Road. You got that, Greg?
They do.
Okay.
You know where Clark comes in to Rocky Hill, and there's, water always sets right there, so that little strip through there, you guys have fixed it before. They've bubbled up out of there and they're gone.
How about Rocky Hill from Clark Road all the way to the highway?
Well, that'd be nice, but
Well, that's that is gonna be,
that's another road
Spencer
where
takes care of the hill
ditches and
part,
trees
you
are
know.
gonna have to be done.
up to the top, from the top all the way there. That is a road we're going to address. I know Dave is having a meeting with the water company out there that they haul 7 million gallon water a week.
I see the.
A week.
Trucks all the time. and
We're gonna go out there and talk to them on
It's
Friday.
getting hard to go around some of the holes now. What's happening is the side of the road is now falling apart. So it's either this hole or this, and it's hard to get around.
And that is one road that's top priority. Whether it's in my district or not, doesn't make any difference to me. Me and Greg has talked about this
Right.
over and over. Rocky Hill needs to be done in its entirety from where the Spencer limits end,
Yeah.
all the way to the highway. And it's gonna be a massive improvement. It's gonna take lots and lots of dollars, and Greg thought it was probably gonna be at least a couple-year project. Once we find out from the water company and that, what their input's gonna be on helping us, because they move a lot of trucks every day.
There's been a lot of logging out there too.
Yeah, it's, the road's one of the worst roads in Owen County, if not the worst road in Owen County as far as I'm concerned. That and Anderson Road, pits.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I know you live on the end of it, but it's Anderson Road's a pit, has been for a long time, so.
So you remember your People's State Bank account that you had $5,000 sitting in? What was the name of the fund? The escrow fund.
Yeah.
That $5,000 was requested by the Plan Commission back, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, for them to give that to the county to use in case there was road issues that would develop because of the estimated traffic that was on there. That was the original reason for that $5,000 escrow account from that company.
We'll take it.
That $5,000, it is in the building department now. You guys
No.
are closing that out.
Yeah, that's fine.
That little section that we're talking about would be better served cut out and replaced, honestly. I don't know, with the edges and with the potholes too, there's not much road left to start with. I mean, it's just, and it's deteriorating. This won't help.
Gentlemen, Dave and I have talked at
Yeah,
length about
Right.
other roads in the county. We meet
all right.
usually at least once a week lengthily, sometimes twice a week. We have got horrible roads all over, and as I told him, we had made improvements on roads, and then we went back and did more to the roads that we improved. I'm not saying that was wrong, because you have to maintain, but we did. So we really don't have anything in between right now. We either have good or we have really bad. And it's hard to maintain really bad. We're running the hole patchers right now. We're trying to complete one road before we jump to the next one. But I've been on Rocky Hill, and I have pulled the hole patchers off, and we'll go fill what we call tire busters, but we try to go back and finish a road before we move to the next. And it's a slow process, but that's what we're doing.
I want to bring something, I know it's been long, every meeting's long. Once I retire, your meetings will be short. You're smiling, Joe. You know, I know we're commissioners in our own districts and stuff like that, and I understand all that, and we all got problems but you know, Rocky Hill Road is a sense of urgency. You know, just because it's not my district, I don't want to function that way. I know I've got Surefield Road, which I want to bring up to both of you guys now. I want that to looked at from one end to the other. The way it was done years before, they just did the hills and that was the end of it. I don't know if you've been out there lately. They're going to start rerouting through the field. It's kind of it's bad. So we need to look at that road in its entirety, to ditching. I don't think there's too many trees. A few culverts. We're going to have to do something with that road. Do something as soon as possible. It's almost untravelable. But with Rocky Hill Road, it's on the very top of my list. I know Anderson Road's in the CCMG, but I want the Rocky Hill Road to be I want to move on the Rocky Hill Road. I know it's not in everybody's district, but we have to be smart about this too. As commissioners, we're limited on our funds, and we know that. And I know everybody wants roads fixed in their county, and I appreciate that as well too. But Rocky Hill Road, if we don't get something moved on this and start a program on that, it'll be closed. Right now, on parts of that road, it's going to take a D9 dozer to excavate it, shove the road completely off, rebuild. The road's going to have to be rebuilt in some of its areas.
As commissioners and with Greg, do you guys, I understand there's a phaser system, but do you have an in-house Owen County system that will label your roads to where it's similar to like the human body, where you have, these are our number ones, this is our arteries, and let's take care of our arteries before we go out to the veins, such as
Yes.
Rocky Hill, Freedom Line, which Greg and Chad travel every day, you know, it's in.
Yeah.
You know, a county line, a Fish Creek, your main roads, that emergency services have to access off your main highways to get to the other roads.
Yes, we have that list.
We actually do. It's the same one. We attack that the same way we attack our snow routes.
And you're right, you know, Freedom, Arnie, Coal City.
Those just need done before Bethesda Road down in Coal City. No offense to anybody that lives on that, but they travel Freedom Arnie to get to that road.
Yes, they do. Freedom Arnie is another. I mean, I've got top.
You gotta remember that whenever it come to our service, the highway department had no say in what was done. It was all done by the former board of commissioners. Never did it.
So, yeah, and what was already scheduled is nothing we can change now. But rest assured, when it comes to our next set of roads we're going to do, we're going to take just a hard look at things. And I agree with you, Joe. You know, instead of maybe spreading out to 10 or 12 roads, maybe we concentrate on 2 or 3 roads and do them right in its entirety. That's where we need to start. We're going to have, whatever happened to happen in the past, it's water in the bridge, but moving forward with our CCMG roads and stuff like that, you know, maybe we only get to do 2 roads. We guarantee you one thing, those 2 roads will be done right. I think taxpayers will see a more credible stance from the commissioners and the public and the council saying, hey, you know what, we're only getting 2 roads done this year, but they're going to be done right.
2 big ones.
2 big. So I think that's where I'm at. Anybody got anything else?
You're clear to it, maybe I hear it is not good, but when they gonna close 43 the next time? Or, you know, in other words, they opened the one this week, and the one past the fire station down there, that dip in there, they've core drilled it, that's gonna get redone sometime. And then they're supposed to spend one that just over on 48. I mean, they've been picking on 43, and they all go out into our county roads when they do that. And that's why Little Flock's been taken care of. But I thought maybe you knew the next time they were closing it.
I haven't heard, Greg, I haven't heard, they've not contacted, I've not heard anything from NDOT yet, so. They'll close it when we least want them to.
Oh, yeah, you know, at one period, it was closed, what, 2 years? Because of a bridge problem, but that's something, you know, we can't deal with. You can only do it after the fact, and they'll tear up our county roads during that time. When they were closed 2 years, they had to work on a lot of our roads.
Well, we're gonna hold them accountable as much as we can to fixing our roads, that's for sure. I know they are working on, to try to fix White Road where it comes off 43 South there, where it's an incline like this now.
Right.
I know NDOT is working on that to establish that, to get that to more of a level type of a grade back towards the creek and towards the bridge. That's gonna take some
Yeah,
work.
you'll take a fire truck down over that. And,
Yeah,
you
so-
know, it's been years, we avoided it, but when I was in the fire department, you know, trying to get the one you could see the smoke coming from, that's almost rolled one day.
Yeah. Anybody else got anything? Oh, the holiday policy's been brought to my attention. Tried to explain it the best I can. Full-time people are considered 30 hours plus, correct, Sheila? 30 hours plus. Anybody under 30 hours is part-time, okay? Part-time, and here's where the personnel policy with the county and the policy with the council varies some, correct, Sheila? People that work under 30 hours are not entitled to benefits. If you working part-time under 30 hours, you're not entitled to benefits, holiday pay, comp time, vacation time, personal time, stuff like that. I'm a little bit from the old school. Working full-time is working full-time. And now it's considered full-time if you work 30 hours plus. I don't understand that, but that's the way it is. But we're going to have to draft a resolution, change the policy. If you're working 29 hours or less, that's considered part-time. And if your days to work, it falls on Memorial Day, and then we're closed Memorial Day, you don't get paid for your part-time Memorial Day. Sorry, it just, me personally, I don't understand, and not here to upset anybody, or I don't know how you collect benefits and stuff if you're working part-time. Where is the county responsible for paying benefits for part-time employees? Anybody agree, disagree? Think that, we can't do that. As a commissioner, I don't, and as the council, we met this morning with Anton and Paula and Sheila, that there's two wordings from their policy and the policy of the hand. We got to get that under control, because we've been paying people that's part-time some holiday pay.
I think that's pretty much the rule of law in the business world, so.
Yes, yeah.
I mean,
Thank you.
Across the board, it's always like that.
To me, it's called common sense. So we're going to have to make sure that the county attorney writes up a new policy. And this is what gets me, I guess, and I'm sorry, we gotta get out of here. I said, there seems to be such just a wide variety of policies and procedures, rules and regulations. They're over here, they're over here. Nobody can follow them. You do one thing, it's wrong over here. It's right over here, but it's wrong. So it's my recommendation from the Board of Commissioners that we have the county attorney draft up policy, ordinance, I don't know what you want to call it, policy change, that if you're working under 30 hours, you're considered a part-time employee and you receive no county benefits, comp time.
Isn't that something that your HR person would be responsible?
Thank you. Once again, the importance of having an HR person, we wouldn't have to be dealing with this kind of stuff. This would be all taken care of. But we need to make sure that we vote on this today. That's my thinking. If you're working under 30 hours, you don't receive benefits, holiday time, comp time, vacation time, any of that stuff. And so I make a motion, get the county attorney to draft up a new policy that states if you're working under 30 hours, which I got my own pet peeves about the 30 hours, but apparently, and we're going to cross this bridge about the 30 hours later on.
It's a state rule.
State rule?
That was a decision that was sent down from.
Overwork. Wow. Okay, so,
So are we gonna align the council and, because you said there's two policies that are contradicting each other, are those gonna both be aligned with this?
yes.
With this document?
Yes.
Okay.
So I make a motion for the county attorney to draft up a policy stating once again that if you're working less than 30 hours, you're not entitled to any county benefits, holidays, vacation, comp time, whatever it all needs to state, sir. That's my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
3-0.
Does that count for like commissioners and county council getting health insurance?
We're elected, and it's, now if you don't want us to have that,
I thought that's what we just voted, it was a whole time now, hold on.
no, it's not.
The way that a lot of times that is dealt with is by saying that elected officials aren't employees, because in a lot of respects, they're not.
Sometimes I feel like an employee. Anybody else got anything?
You have anything? Sure.
She's here from DLZ.
I know, and that's why I'm asking her. Do you have
I
anything?
said every almost 3 hours.
I know.
Anybody else? Diane, you got anything else? You good? You happy?
Good.
I'm good.
Heather, Chad, everybody happy?
I have a bone to pick about that personnel policy too.
You got,
I
you,
believe it says
Thank you,
something
Pat.
along the lines of, you have to work for the county for a full year before you can start using vacation or personal time. Are we at least
Hey,
accruing it
thank
in
you
that
for
year?
welcome aboard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Accruing it, so when 366 hits, you have that 5 days vacation and personal day or comp time. Comp time you earn the first year, you can use the first year. It's vacation and personal.
I'll text you on that call.
update, newsflash. The lady from the state says she can do budget training next Wednesday. Too short a notice for budget training?
What day?
Next Wednesday, you're not gonna be here, sorry.
That'd be.
Never mind, never mind.
No, don't do that.
Can't do it.
And they have training,
County attorney, he's gonna be gone, he don't wanna come anyway, so I'm just teasing you guys. I won't be available either, so we'll make it some other time, but she's getting better, we gotta get that done. Anybody else got anything? You good? Sorry for the long meeting. No, I will say that. Thank you, the meeting adjourned.
turn off your mics.
Yep. I'll call you in a little bit.
Okay.
You can go out today, dude? Yeah, okay, she was good.
Property owners got the street. You can do it.
But other.
I still have it.